I'd like to call the meeting to order. As we gather today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, good morning, and could you please call roll call?
Good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bennett, can you hear us? Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster. Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini. Councillor Grills. Councillor Yon.
Here.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move to the adoption of the minutes of the previous council sessions. Resolution that the minutes of County Council meeting of January 15, 2025 be adopted. Can I have a mover, please? Member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by member from Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All of those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. Resolution that the closed minutes of the County Council session of January 15, 2025 be adopted. Mover, please. Member from Arnprior, seconded by member from Killaloe Richards. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Members of County Council, since the last County Council meeting on January 15, I've attended 27 meetings on council business. It has been an incredibly busy and productive couple of weeks for both council and staff. A major highlight was our participation in the Roma Conference, where we had several impactful delegations. The County of Renfrew was proud to attend 11 delegations, contributing to the largest number of delegations held at the conference to date. We commend the Roma team for hosting such a valuable and well-attended event. Our efforts at the conference have already started to pay off, as we have received several funding announcements that we're extremely grateful for. These include funding for our Heart Hub, the Petawawa Roundabout, and additional homelessness funding. Our delegations made a strong case, and it's clear that our voices are heard. We anticipate continued positive feedback from the province and look forward to further communications and announcements. I would like to take a moment to thank the councillors who attended the Roma Conference and supported the county with their advocacy. I also extend my sincere appreciation to our staff who worked tirelessly to prepare us for these delegations and for securing these successful funding applications. This is truly a team effort, and we are seeing the results of those efforts. For example, the MESA's teamwork in addressing homelessness and addiction in our area is a testament to how we are actively finding solutions to the challenges we face in the County of Renfrew. Councillors, as you gather around this table, I encourage you to embrace your role as a county representative. Be proud of the progress we're making together. These successes are a testament to your support and collaboration. It is important to share this progress with your local municipal council when you return to your home municipal tables. The more we communicate and work together, the stronger our collective efforts will be. By sharing these successes, we ensure that everyone is informed and aligned in our joint mission to improve our community. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. So moving to item number 9, there are no delegations and correspondence. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Item number 9, just a piece of information. It's obviously in your report, but this comes from the Warden's Caucus and the support that the Warden's Caucus is throwing towards Team AMCAN and how it is working together with its neighbors to the south, obviously addressing the possible tariffs that we're looking at the horizon this coming Saturday, and other aspects with our relations with the U.S. So that's the only piece of correspondence. Anything else that we've received, Warden, between the preparation of this agenda and today has been forwarded to the appropriate committee and or will appear on this agenda in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Can I get a mover to accept the correspondence as information? Member from Brudenell, Lindog, Raglan, seconded by North Agona, Wilberforce. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And committee reports, and we'll turn to the chair, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Good morning to all of Council. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item 1, resolution, County of Renfrew Long-Term Care Homes Strategic Plan. Excuse me. Resolution number H-CC-25-01-12. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the County of Renfrew Long-Term Care Homes Strategic Plan for 2025 to 2030. The background is attached, and this was discussed at Committee of the Whole. Certainly open for questions, Mr. Warden. All one of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the report? Just an observation. I'm very happy to see in the mission statement talking about a caring community. I think we've always suggested that each of the homes is a community, and it's not, it shouldn't be referred to as an institution or a home or any other setting. It is a community, and I'm so glad to see that. So congratulations to Mr. Blackmore and his team for very deliberately stating that. So you've heard the report. It's been moved. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. So we're in the unique situation this morning where we don't have the chair or the vice chair of community services. So with council's indulgence, I would read the report for you. We, your Committee of the Whole Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Bylaw number 1, Services Agreement McKay Manor Inc., Resolution number CSCC 250105, moved by chair, seconded by committee, the County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a services agreement between the County of Renfrew Community Services Department and McKay Manor Inc. of Renfrew, Ontario, for services in relation to the operations of a warming centre at 156 John Street, Pembroke, Ontario. And you'll see the background, and essentially the key points is that they provide a multi-tiered addiction recovery support and services, and this is very helpful for the staffing at the warming centre, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are there any questions? And so I would move that as chair and seconded by committee. Yes, sir. Mr. Bromley.
Of the understanding that the chair, that the presiding officer cannot move, even in this event, we're acting as chair. So I would certainly move that the report be approved.
Good point. Thank you very much. And the committee would second it. And with that, are there any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And corporate services, please.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under resolutions, resolution number FACC 25-01-05, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. Sorry, this moved too fast on me. The County Council approved the County of Renfrew to execute all agreements and documents necessary to have an RBC bank account for the RBC Reloadable Payment Card Program, and that 2 of the following 4 names have signing authority: Peter Emo, Craig Kelly, Daniel Burke, and Gwen Dombrowski. And the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted. Mr. Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
so moved.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. So there is now a motion. You've heard the motion. Any discussion? Member from Amherst Bromley.
Sorry, I was just jumped the gun there a little bit. Mr. Warden?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Here's my hyper-awareness to make sure we're doing this right, and I'm watching the screens up there, and so my apologies for being a little jumpy. So we'll move to item 12, consent items. I believe there are none. Staff reports or direction. At this point, I believe there are none. Closed session, there is none at this time of mailing. And number 17, Federation of Canadian Municipalities report, December report. Member from Deep River, Councillor Doncaster, who is not here. Okay, so very quickly, there was a couple highlights, and I think if you look on page 43, for me the most important highlight was at the top, the resolution that the federal government collaborate with provinces and territories to provide funding and support for local governments to implement innovative pilot projects for mental health crisis response. And it talks about partnerships. So that perfectly identifies what we've done and has evolved to the Heart Hub. And so, I'm very glad that FCM has noted that, and I'll point that out to the member when we see him again. And are there any questions on that you'd like forwarded to him? on the report? Seeing none, so we'll move to Roma, please.
Thank you, Warden. So you've got my report in front of you. We met on November 15th and on December 20th of last year. Obviously, the focus of both of our meetings was our priorities, but also getting ready for this incredible conference that we were able to put on. We did have an opportunity to meet with Minister Calandra at our November meeting, and then with MPP Kevin Holland from Thunder Bay Atikokan at our December 20th meeting. The Roma conference, I don't know what more I can say about it. I will have final numbers, but at last blush, we had 1,946 delegates. The trade show was sold out. More delegation meetings than ever before. You know, we did joke, we're coming for you, AMO. We did have some training in media just because of the uncertainty with regards to the United States, our federal politics, and the possibility of a looming election in the province, which we now know has started today, just to get us prepared, and it's a darn good thing they did. It was my honor to open up a concurrent session. Thank you to the warden for taking over for me for mental health and addictions, which included our own Mike Nolan, to speak to unique considerations. All I heard after that session was how amazing it was. During that time, I did have a multi-ministerial meeting with Minister Paul Calandra, Minister Sylvia Jones, and Minister Lisa Thompson. Kinga Surma was supposed to join us. I understand that she wasn't feeling well, but we did lead the ministers down the right path of some of the issues that we are facing in rural Ontario. I managed to lead the infrastructure conversation, even though the knock had already come to the door. Minister Calandra did allow us another 15 or 20 minutes, which was amazing. We also talked about Practice Ready Ontario, which I'm not sure if any of you knew about. Only one member of our Roma board knew about it, but the background is there. Minister Jones did indicate that they have to do a better job of advertising for themselves. Their target for this year is 100 immigrant doctors that will be fast-tracked through the licensing program. Apparently, we do have 4 from 2024 here in the county of Renfrew, and I think that's really good news. Outside of my report, and I want to thank all of my colleagues, the staff, the local tiers, the Reeves, the councillor, all of them. You couldn't have made this better. And thanks to everyone for coming to my Zone 6 meeting. Renfrew County certainly filled up Zone 6. I had more people than any other zone, but it was because of all of you. And thanks for not heckling me. Yeah. Just, if I may, outside of my report, Warden, I did have 2 delegations for Bonnechere Valley. The first of which you will hear about because I'm going to ask our road super when we meet with the Renfrew County road supers to bring this to all of your attention. We are not exempt, our plow truck operators are not exempt from CVOR rules like tow truck drivers. So obviously they have a certain amount of hours that they can work, then they have to have downtime. What I was trying to explain to the PA was that this doesn't always work in rural Ontario due to the way our storms roll through. So what he is asking for, this is MPP Brise, and I'm sure lots of you know him. He was smart enough to bring his assistant deputy minister with him to the meeting to, to say, we get what your challenge is, but can you bring us worthwhile solutions? So I'm going to put that in the hands of our road supers. The other delegation I had, Mr. Warden, was with the PA Hadid for the Ministry of Finance, and knowing that we need other revenue tools, I did once again harp on the local share, which I'm never going to give up. We did make the suggestion that they take back the school boards, which would alleviate, the $300 per household or thereabouts. But I think one of the most innovative asks that our ratepayers will never feel the effects of is the 1.76 on the HST. It's never really made sense to me that the HST, they give us back all but 1.76. Why? What does that number represent? And I think for our municipalities, that could equate to 1, maybe 2% on our levy, and would be the easiest and most palatable thing for the government and our ratepayers to not even feel. So thank you, Mr. Warden. I just wanted to highlight those 2 items.
Thank you. Are there any questions on that report? I'd just make note that MPP Kevin Holland did sit on the Roma board for a period of time.
Did, yeah.
I often sat beside him, and we certainly had some great conversations, and then COVID struck, and we spent a lot of time looking at each other on a tiny screen, but I'm not doubting that he's very interested in Roma's involvement in Northern Ontario. With that, we'll move to ERN, please.
So thank you, Mr. Warden. My report is in my package. I just want to thank you and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus for giving EORN an opportunity to address the inaugural. It was very well attended. And by the time we got to me as the speaker for EORN, I didn't have a lot of time, so I cut down my speech, but it is in front of you. And obviously in your package today, you have a lot of statistics that EORN has provided. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. And Council, any questions on the ERN report? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to, there are no notice of motions. There are no written motions, as far as I understand, from members. And announcements. Are there any announcements? And so we'll go with member from Arnprior and then Greater Madawaska.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks to our past curator, Janet Carlisle, applying to the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada to designate the D.A. Gillies Building, which is our museum, as a National Historic Site, it has now been officially designated. As a result, the D.A. Gillies Building may be eligible to take part in the National Cost Sharing Program for Heritage Places with up to 50% funding for capital projects. So if you've got historic buildings, good way to go to get some money. Thank you.
Thank you. And the member from Greater Madawaska and then Whitewater.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, just notices about a few events going on in Greater Madawaska. From February 7th to 15th at the Calabogie Community Center, the Calabogie Winter Carnival is taking place. We'll have sleigh rides, wood chopping, and games for kids, and ice skating, and it's just going to be a great event for the whole week. The Denby Griffith Lion Club is having their Valentine's on the 14th. Oh. And also the Griffith and Mattawatchin Fish and Game are having their annual ice fishing derby Saturday, February 15th at Centennial Lake. And 2 events that I'd like to just put forward, and I'll fill in for more information when it comes, is June 6th to 8th, Guitars and Gasoline Music Festival will be taking place at Calabogie Motorsports, and also at Calabogie Motorsports, July 25th and 27th, NASCAR will be in our county. I'll have much more information as we get closer on that, but I just wanted to put that out there so people would put it in their calendars and be aware. The festival is going to be great. The music lineup should be coming out later today, and once again, it's a big score that NASCAR is entering into our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And member from Whitewater, please, and then North Algonquin-Wilberforce.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to make an announcement about something in our community. Thank you, Arnprior, for the gentle nod. 15th Annual Cobden Civitan Muskrat Lake Fishing Derby occurs this Saturday, 9 to 1 p.m. There's $15,000 in cash and prizes. The money that's raised by the Civitan in this very worthwhile event goes to a number of organizations in our greater community. Renfrew Hospice, Renfrew County Community Poverty Action Network, Teen Challenge, Phoenix Center, and a number of other local community projects. So just want to recognize if you have an opportunity, you're driving down the highway, pull in Saturday morning, 9 to 1. Thank you.
Thank you. I had been to it a few years ago, to be honest with you. It was, I think with my last term of warden, I got invited to wander out amongst the condominiums that we couldn't tax that were out on the ice. And with that, I'll turn to North Algonquin-Wilberforce, and then Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, Warden, and I just wanted to extend an invitation to anybody who's not doing anything this weekend to the Boncher Cup snowmobile races, which will be taking place in our municipality, and we also get the support from Boncher Valley, so we are certainly looking forward to, as we would call it, the NASCAR of snowmobiles.
Oh, nice. Thank you. So, Mr. Bromley, are you having a sliding party? There's going to be NASCAR sliding parties?
I don't, but that is, I will add that to the Douglas Recreation Group for their agenda for next year. I am very pleased to announce that it is the golden anniversary, it is the 50th anniversary of Douglas Frosty Fun that is on the 7th, I believe that's the Friday. It is the weekend of the 7th, 8th, and 9th. I believe that's the full weekend. It is 3 days of fun for the whole family. Absolutely outstanding program this year. In fact, they couldn't get it all packed into that weekend, so there is a kickoff the weekend before. They have open in front of me at the rec complex. There is a wing buffet provided by both Backyard Gourmet Barbecue and Wings and Things, followed by a double D, which is Dale Uke and Dean Peaver playing live music. And that is followed, that 50th anniversary of the Douglas Frosty Fun. 1 week later, on the Saturday, there is Northcote Fun Days. We'll be very pleased to see the snow, because a snowmobile rally is one of the key features of the Northcote Fun Day. Probably the best breakfast will be served there on the Saturday morning of February 15th as well. So welcome to one and all, both to Douglas this coming weekend, the following weekend, and to Northcote the Saturday thereafter. Hope to see lots of folks out to those wonderful events. Thank you.
Thank you. And Petawawa, please.
I guess I better chime in here. Petawawa Cabin Fever 2025. It runs from this Friday, January 31st to February 9th. We do it for 2 weeks. Some of the big events are the comedy night this Saturday, Singo Bingo, don't miss that, and some trivia nights and all kinds of skating and other activities. So come out and join us in Petawawa for the next 2 weeks for our Cabin Fever.
Thank you. And the member from Amherst Bromley. Or sorry, McNabb Braeside.
Thank you, Warden. Well, I'll chime in too. So lots of wonderful events happening, and we have our Braeside Winter Carnival on February 1st and our annual White Lake Winter Carnival on February 8th. So all are welcome and hope to see you there.
Thank you. And
You're going to be busy, Warden.
yeah. Is there any other announcements? Seeing none, gratefully. Recommendation, new business. And seeing no new business, we will turn to bylaws. The bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. A mover, please. Member from McNabb Braeside, second by a member from Boncher Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Confirmatory bylaw. That bylaw 825 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on January 29, 2025, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. A mover, please. Member from Laurentian Valley, second by member from Petawawa. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And the next is adjournment. That County Council adjourn, moved by member from Whitewater, second by member from Amherst Bromley. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much, Council. We will be taking about a 10-minute break, essentially for me to get into a different outfit, and we'll be back with development and property.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to those who are listening online. I'd like to call this meeting of the Development and Property Committee of a Whole to order on Wednesday, January the 29th. Evelyn, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, then we will move to the approval of the minutes for the Development and Property Committee from November the 12th, 2024. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by the councillor from Greater Madawaska, seconded by Town of Petawawa. Any additions, corrections, or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. And then I'll need a mover and a seconder to adopt the open minutes of the November 27th, 2024 session. Moved by the warden, seconded by councillor from Town of Arnprior. Comments, corrections? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. And then we have to approve the development property closed minutes of November the 12th, 2024. Moved by councillor from Petawawa, seconded by councillor from Arnprior. Comments, corrections? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. And finally, we'll need a mover and a seconder for approval of the closed minutes of November the 27th, 2024. Moved by councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by councillor from Greater Madawaska. Comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. We have no delegations this morning, and so we will move to communications. The communication items are listed. Are there any comments or questions on A, B, C, or D? Seeing none, then can I get a mover and a seconder that the communications be received as information? Moved by councillor from Boncher Valley, seconded by councillor from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? That's carried. Moving on to the consent reports, and the items that are listed as the consent reports are attached. Are there any questions on any of those items? Councillor from Admiston Brumley.
Thank you very much, Chair Rose. Just a very straightforward on item 6, the LAS refund or rebates. Just kind of curious, are those rebates allocated to each respective entity, or are they just going to general revenues?
Director Davis.
Through you, Chair, and may look at Mr. Burke, but I do believe it's coming through the entities, but goes eventually to our general account. But I'll defer to Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Director Davies, and good morning, committee. Through you, yes, that is correct. There are, I believe, 5 buildings that use natural gas, which is what the rebate is predicated on, and it is allocated back to those departments.
Yes, follow-up?
Yes, very much so, particularly given today that we'll be broaching DNP budget. So would those, I'm presuming that somewhere they would be recoveries cited in the budget. Is that accurate through you, Chair Rose?
I will turn that over to Director Davis.
Yes, when I looked at Mr. Burke, he did nod his head, yes, you should have the line item for recoveries.
I had noted that as well, Mr. Chair. That
Thank you.
Slight nod, barely perceptible, but it was there.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the consent reports? See none, but I will ask maybe Director Davis to just speak a little bit about the roadmaps, which were supposed to be here today, but maybe he can give a little more info.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and through you. So typically we have the roadmaps here for you for a hard copy. Unfortunately, the flu hit that production center also. Not only our own staff have got the flu, but this production center did not have the maps ready for today, but hopefully the next time we meet, we'll have the maps prepared for you. And again, through Canada Post, they'll be mailed out to most residents in Renfrew County. Thank you, Chair. And if I may, some liberty. Unfortunately, a good news story, item number 2 in the consent items, we have hired a co-op student, and we were hoping to have Jamie Mallory here today to introduce you to one of our new employees, but unfortunately, due to the weather event, she couldn't make it. So, welcome to Jamie in absenteeism.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for those updates. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, then can I get a mover and a seconder that the consent reports be received as information? Moved by the warden, seconded by Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And so we will move on to discussion reports. And we will start with the Development and Property Committee. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Davis.
And thank you, Chair. Item number 1, it's because of the election and the retirement of our MPP, Mr. Yakubuski, and working with our clerk of session here, we're going to ask that this item be brought forward after the provincial parliament resumes, if we could, Chair.
And is that just a recommendation to defer, or do we need to take a vote on that? So I'm being told we will just defer. Thank you very much. No?
If I may, what I would suggest, as soon as this is delivered unto council and made public, this is a public document, this is a resolution. Now, there's not been a motion to approve this, but once it's in the agenda, if it is going to be deferred, I would suggest that it probably should have a motion to defer of council rather than just at the recommendation of staff. Okay.
So I will need a mover and a seconder to defer. Moved by Councillor from Boncher Valley, seconded by Councillor from Whitewater. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And the next item is the SBCO white paper. Mr. Davis?
Before we jump into that one, we do have item number 2 under the Renfrew County Agricultural Economic Development Committee. So in that item, so the recommendation to have it on the floor, that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council that the updated terms of reference for the Renfrew County Agricultural Economic Development Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from BLR, yes. Brudenell, Lindock, Ragland. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll keep moving along. So item number 3. You need to vote or background or vote? He just voted. We did not vote. Sorry. We did not vote.
Sorry, do we need background or?
No.
No?
I need to vote, though.
Okay. All in favor?
I thought you just did.
That is carried. Thank you very much.
Say.
And the next item is the... Sorry. Mr. Davis, take this one, please, because
so item number 3, and thank you again. A little bit of a hiccup just because of the election, and as you see in the recommendation, I'm asking for a friendly amendment, and I'll read it out loud. The full recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council that the warden sign the joint letter of support advocating for sustainable funding for the Canadian Association of Nuclear Host Communities, CANHC, of which the County of Renfrew and the Town of Deep River are members, and that the letter be sent to MP Cheryl Gallant, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So yes, this was just a friendly amendment to remove MPP John Yakubuski from that joint letter. So can I get a mover and a seconder for the amended or the friendly amended resolution or recommendation? Moved by Councillor from Admiston Brumley, seconded by Councillor from McNabb Braeside. No? Oh, Madawaska Valley. Having a hard time seeing the faces here. So do we need background, or is this just a, are there any comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. And then we have the draft budget for development and property.
Thank you again, Chair. So item number 4 is the draft budget for the development of property. And I'll read the recommendation and then have the presentation delivered by myself, just a quick overview. And then we'll ask Mr. Burke to come up to do the fulsome discussion of the D&P budget, if I may, Chair. So the recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommends that the draft 2025 Development and Property Departmental Budget be forwarded to the Budget Workshop at the February 6, 2025 special session of County Council as presented.
Thank you for that, and I'll need a mover and a seconder to begin the draft budget presentation, or moved by Councillor from Whitewater, seconded by Councillor from Arnprior. Yes, so we will then move to Mr. Davis's opening remarks.
Thank you again, Chair and committee members. As directed by our CEO, just a brief overview of our 2025 work plans, or our highlights of our committee. So, and our department. So when we look at our department, we do have a reason why we have a department. I kind of lean into Mr. Chief Nolan's comments. The development of property department is essentially for the managing of growth, balancing economic, environmental, and community interests. With our 4 divisions of real estate, planning and GIS, forestry, and economic development, and the why, to ensure strategic land use, sustainable resource management, and economic prosperity. When we look at our department, again, it's made up of 4 unique divisions, very broad. We are the catch-all department, as a reminder, starting with our forestry department, a forestry department of 2 individuals, our county forester, Miss Lacey Rose, you can see her at the back, who manages 53 individual tracts, over 16,000 acres. And so when we look at the 2025, moving forward, some of the highlights, and again, these are just high-level highlights to show you what we're doing, what's on the horizon for us. And unfortunately, or fortunately, on the last slide, we're going to talk about what's happening south of the border. So just to we're aware of what's going on and with the impact, what's going to happen for economic development, forestry, and agricultural industries through Renfrew County. But again, back to the forestry. So just some of the key things. I'm not going to read every individual bullet for 2025. And one of the bigger things we're doing is the regeneration or planting of our beechbird tract. As you see in the second bullet, over 43,000 trees will be replanted. Again, part of our renewal process. We're always looking to see in the future. So we'll keep that in mind as we move forward. And we'll make sure the communication for all individuals and the municipalities, it's a good news story. So we make sure everyone's up to date through our social media posts. I think one of the bigger ticket items for our forestry department is the renewal of our forest management plan. As you can see in that bullet, the current 10-year plan is ending in 2026, and it does take a long time to create a new 10-year plan, starting with the inventory. So staff are already looking at our county forestry tracts. We're in the field, taking the inventory to move forward. What will it take for the next 10 years to have a sustainable forestry department and economic balance? So that's a big ticket item. Again, it is stretched out over 2 years, but we do need the additional time to move forward. And just one more item for this forestry section. I think Lacey has done an excellent job bringing this committee, county council, up to speed. We're having an increased pressure, whether it's encroachments or invasive species, on the county forest landscape. And so we're taking more of a proactive approach, and we'll see through the budget discussions with Daniel Burke to move forward, to be more aggressive and more assertive in the encroachments point of view and with invasive species within our landscape. I think the next section is talking about the real estate division with where's Mr. Raditz. So our real estate division, I think you've heard about us on a number of occasions. There's no surprise we're real estate heavy. 2024 with the Eganville base, our warming center, our care for center. 2025 is no different. We have lots on the go. So just to realize, within the real estate division, we look after the RCHC portfolio of over 1,029 units, along with our the buildings we have here at this building, Renfrew County Place, the OPP station, the paramedic stations. It is a big pressure point. And what you'll see in the budget in one of our line items here is a business case for a new project manager for all the construction that's moving forward. So again, I do want to highlight a number of these. We are working on the current Pembroke base, working with our friends at Whitewater Region for the Whitewater Region base. We can't forget the newly announced Heart Hub. Unknown exactly how we're going to fit into this, but we assume that our real estate division department will have a heavy hand in the Heart Hub application, and as we move forward to renovate the Care For spot above and beyond the first floor that we have already. So again, heavy lifting on a small team, but a mighty team doing all these individual projects moving forward. We can't forget the direction given to us about the Municipal Services Corporation for housing construction. You'll see as a delegation next month, working with our CIO, Craig Kelly. EORN has helped us out with a discussion paper, which they'll be presenting to DNP next month to see if we want to move forward with this idea of a Municipal Services Corporation for housing and for building. So a good news story. And we can't forget the bigger builds we're having for Renfrew County housing corporations. Because we have the BCAs, we know what we have to move forward for our renewal projects, our renewal plan over 10 to 15 years. And again, at the direction of this committee and county council, we will be replacing the 24 units on Nelson Street to a new spot. We're currently doing our site assessments currently at our own lands, where we could possibly use these 24 units or utilize these 24 units, and also other municipal lands within the city of Pembroke or maybe beyond. So already started this project. We want to be shovel ready within the next 6 months. So I'm looking at Mr. Raditz, and sometimes he smiles at me in my time frames, but we still have to move forward with a number of these projects. And one more item for the RCHC portfolio. We've already started the process of converting a single family detached unit of our portfolio to a triplex in the town of Renfrew. So again, we're increasing our units as we move forward. Currently we have, again, a reminder, 1,029 units under the RCHC portfolio. For our planning division, I'd love to say we're at full complement. I know it's the very last bullet in the slide deck. We almost had a full year of a full complement planning and GIS staffing complement. Unfortunately, late last year, we're now down one GIS technician and one junior planner, and we're going to hopefully by this time, have a full complement within the next, I'm going to say 3 to 4 months as we move forward, but it's still a stressor on Mr. Howarth and his team to get the files moving along. Again, under his portfolio is GIS, my favorite, but it's still under Bruce's portfolio. A number of activities moving forward in 2025, and the first bullet you see is the support we provide to the call centers, the CAC, regarding the E911 or the next generation of 911 services. So we're looking for some funding through the budget here to get some support for some software and some review of the data we provide the CAC to help out with the calls moving forward. Can't forget the enterprise licensing agreement. Again, it's a piece of software we've utilized and partnered with our municipal modernization funds. And this is the end of the 3-year period where we've licensed the software for GIS or mapping capabilities, and we've extended these licenses to our local municipalities who've utilized the licensing for GIS or mapping software, and I think it's a brand. I think it's very well utilized. I think the budgetary constraints you'll see when Daniel talks about this, it's minimal for now, but the benefit outweighs the cost, I believe personally. But again, that's the discussion we'll have to have about the moving forward in the budget cycle in 2025. And one of the bigger ticket items in the budget and the workload and work plan for Mr. Howarth and his team is an updater to our county official plan. You realize a lot of changes have happened last year for our planning cycle. One of them is the new PPS, and with that, with the requirement for us to have a new official plan. I'm sure Mr. Howarth is looking forward to do this process of all the public meetings and the discussions we have, but there is a budgetary constraint on this item. It is a large item. It's a multi-year item to move forward, but it's still a pressure. So just be aware as we move forward. And one of the things I just added in last night to this presentation, the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal. More and more we're having issues with people having conflicts with decisions that we make. Currently, and you saw in the discussion report some OLT results of a pit right now, and we also have 2 OLT hearings in progress as we speak. This costs money, this costs time away from our typical day-to-day duties, so it's interesting times moving forward. And I'm sorry for all the words. I just wanted to squeeze in all the different aspects of Melissa's workload. For economic development, under economic development, we also just keep in mind we have the Enterprise Renfrew County, or ERC, and the OVTA, Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, with all the work that they do. And I'll lead into the next slide very quickly, though. We do have lots of good ideas moving forward with the Development Summit. In the fall of 2025, we're looking at a county-wide commercial industrial land-based inventory and survey and utilizing our GIS. For Enterprise Renfrew County, we're talking about the starter company, summer company, starter company plus, et cetera, the typical programs we use and utilize. And the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, the biggest ticket item in this broad list that I've shown you, just again a high level, is the implementation of the MAT moving forward. We've talked about this for the city of Pembroke, now the town of Petawawa, and now we have other municipalities looking at this, the town of Deep River. So during the consent items, you saw a brief update from what we're doing and supporting those individual municipalities and what will happen with the OVTA to implement some of these funds. And unfortunately, the impact of tariffs. This is a slide I stole from my own housing summit. It's a silly reference from Donald Rumsfeld. We don't know what we don't know. But this is a very serious topic on our portfolio. We know in 3 days' time what will happen south of the border. If things don't change, there's going to be a 25% tariff added to our goods and services going down to the states. And what would the impact be to our local industry? It's a stressor. It's a stressor it could bleed into our economic development and our planning division because of what could happen for individuals for planning or planning files or severances and subdivisions. What would happen to buy for a lot of different things. It's not a fear-mongering comment, it's not, but we have to be aware of what's going on. Daily, we see different changes from the federal government. As of this morning, the federal government is even looking at what sort of programs they can be put in place, like the COVID programs they had in the past, to support businesses. Talking with our CAO, Craig Kelly, yesterday, reminding me what we did during the COVID in our businesses. Increased marketing, maybe even monetary support for individuals that are impacted directly by these 25% tariffs. We have to have everything in a row to be prepared to react. We have a nimble team, a small team, but we do play a supporting role. We're gathering information as we speak from individual industries. But if this does go through, there will be an impact. No doubt about it. Not fear-mongering, but we have to be aware. And so with our team under Melissa, we're gathering what our peers could be doing, gathering the information from our different industries, and to see where we can support, when and where we can support. So I don't want to leave on a low note, but we have to be aware of what's going on. We're sort of ready until we know what's going on. And maybe, Chair, I'll leave it at that, just as a very high level, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So I guess at this time we will call Mr. Burt to the microphone to go through the budget.
Thank you, Director Davis, and good morning, committee. So we are beginning where we left off inside the budget package, the same budget package we presented 2 weeks ago. We're now moving into the back half of it with the Development and Property Committee departments. So you'll see there's a number of departments in Development and Property. A lot of these cost centers relate to specific buildings that give us the ability to track costs associated with those buildings. Some of them have staff, some of them do not, but a number of them are simply buildings. And then we have our operating departments such as economic development, forestry, planning, and the tourism, various departments behind that. So beginning with our first cost center, which is the Pembroke Administration Building, this building. So this is the expenses for 7 or 9 International Drive. It has 2 full-time staff and 1 summer student. We have estimated an insurance increase renewal at 3% for all departments. Planned capital work on this building includes a new parking lot for $225,000, a generator transfer switch, some remaining work on some of our flat roofs, an AC unit replacement, and a building automation and security system for $75,000. All the revenue you see inside this building are internal charges for those other departments. So we're ensuring that where the other departments have funding or cost shares, they are billed equivalent of a lease charge for their space inside this building. And in this department, we have 2 suggested enhancements or things we could do that we're not doing today. The first of these is a level 3 vehicle start charging station, so for electric vehicles. As you're aware, we did receive a grant to cover 50% of the cost of vehicle charging stations. So we estimate that that's $110,000 to install at this building, $55,000 net county cost. The second item, as Mr. Davis mentioned, would be a project manager to assist in the workload for the D&P department. So again, it's not specific to this building. This is just the department where we've placed the staff cost for that person who would work primarily to advance those projects in RCHC and paramedic service for those constructions. The next building we have is, of course, our Renfrew County Place in Renfrew. So it has 1 full-time staff member, custodian. Capital plan for that building is an upgrade to the fuel tank system. So you'll recall that that building also has a paramedic base in it. And that our Public Works Department has migrated away from the old fuel logs by hand system to a fob key system for filling up their vehicles. And we're looking to implement that at RCP as well. There's some exterior work for fuel tanks, install waste oil, water separators, all of that, again, related to the paramedic side of the building. Some new doors, a bit of an investigation into some cracking we're seeing in our drywall, as well as some lighting upgrades and a new server. This building is not only rented to our internal departments, but it also has some external agencies in there as well. So we have $300,000 in external rent coming in from our lease to the parole office, victim services, and the daycare, as well as internal charges to our internal departments that have space there. Enhancements in this building are another electric vehicle charging station under the exact same principle as the one here, and a renovation to a conference room to accommodate some of the Ontario Works staff for $60,000. Our next group of departments is our paramedic base stations. So these are the base stations that we own as our own buildings. Reminder, there is 1 remaining that is rented. That is the current paramedic base station. And just a breakdown of by base station, what they look like. So we have Armprior, Barry's Bay, Deep River, Eganville, Petawawa, Renfrew, and now proposed we have Pembroke and Whitewater, or rather beginning under construction. We have Pembroke and Whitewater. So all the costs inside the base stations are again charged back to paramedic service, which has funding and cost share with our partner, the City of Pembroke. So capital work on our existing buildings in Arnprior, it's some work on the doors and main entrance, a new shingled roof at Barry's Bay, some fencing or paving remaining to do on our newest build, the Eganville base. In Petawawa, some work on the parking lot. And then we estimate our Pembroke new base at $5.3 million and our Whitewater new base at $3.2 million. Both of those would be debentured costs to be repaid over probably 10 years. The next building we have is our Arnprior office, so that's 80 McGonigal Street in Arnprior. Again, all costs for this space are charged between internal and external leases. So currently we do have an outside agency renting there, and we also have an internal lease as well. I believe that is the Arnprior Regional Health has space in that building. Capital plan for that building is a building automation and security system and a security rail and ladder for the roof. The next building we have is our OPP base station, which we build and own, and we rent to the OPP in Renfrew. So it has one part-time employee, and of course that is also a debentured building, so that one was debentured over 15 years. And at the end of the 15 years, we will have repaid the cost of the structure from our lease revenue that we get, and we will then own that building, and the OPP lease will have to be renegotiated at that point. I would just point out there is a pressure in this lease agreement where the operating costs are capped at 5%, which wasn't really a problem before, but in the last few years we have run up against that maximum of our ability to bill back the province for our operating costs in that building. So it's becoming a problem. When the lease was negotiated, 5% operating cost year over year looked pretty good, but these days it's not quite enough. Moving out of the buildings then into their other departments, we have our forestry department. So the forestry department has 2 full-time staff. It has revenue from rentals of cell tower agreements, as well as the sale of standing timber. It has transfers from its own forestry reserve, which is one of our capital reserves, to cover some special projects, so some signage, to deal with, as Director Davis mentioned, some encroachment issues. Well remediation, so that's the abandoned wells on the properties as we get to them. Some consultation for our new forest management plan, 10-year plan. Contract service modeling, so again, this is part of our 10-year plan, one of the items involved in that, as well as a forestry conference we plan to host this year, and then tree planting, which is, of course, after the harvest operations, the replanting of those tracts of land. And so the forestry reserve is predicated on 15% of gross revenue less than $180,000 per year contributed to the forestry reserve, and all revenue over $180,000. And that's per our old 10-year forest management plan, which again, we're going into the next 10-year plan coming up shortly. It also has a very minor suggested enhancement, and that's for some work around invasive species prevention, $2,000. The next department we have is GIS. So GIS has 2 staff. The funding in GIS is from our Esri system. So that was originally funded by the Municipal Modernization Fund, which covered 65% of the cost of that program software. The balance of the cost is funded by our Strategic Priorities Reserve, or our old provision for unallocated funds. And then it has some minor recoveries for map sales and some of the other work they do. And this is where we come across our first suggested reduction in development and property. And this is the idea that after we're out of municipal modernization money to fund that ESRI program, which is a county program, but it's in use by all or most of your lower tier municipalities, we could consider charging for licenses. So currently we provide those licenses to any of your municipal staff free of charge if they wish access. We're considering, or what we're suggesting here, is that we would begin to charge for them to help offset the cost of buying that program. So the term that we had paid for with our modernization funding ends in October of 2025. So the $18,000 would be to charge to bill out 2 months worth of that software cost to your lower tiers. There are 2 suggested enhancements. The first is an upgrade to the ESRI program, so to bring it from an external cloud-based platform to an internal hosted database, which would allow us a little bit more flexibility and allow us to do a bit more with the software. The second enhancement suggested is, again, as Director Davis mentioned, the E911 program. So you'll recall from 2 weeks ago, there was a significant enhancement in the emergency management department to get some consulting work around verifying those 911 civic addresses. This would be a software upgrade to allow lower tiers to request those 911 addresses themselves via the software. And it's $4,000 for that. The hosting of the ESRI program internally is quite expensive, $188,000 to bring that software inside the County of Renfrew's IT system. The next department we have is economic development. So economic development has 3 staff. Funding comes from our rural economic development grant, the RED grants, which are covering 75% of the project. And then we have some recoveries from external activities. The biggest of them is Taste of the Valley, where we sell booths for that event. There is a plan to host an ECDEV conference in Renfrew County for $20,000. And the suggested enhancement is one we've been talking about for a few months now. The Regional Incentive Program, which is the twin of the what you'd be familiar with, which is the CIP. My apologies, lost it there. As opposed to the RIP, this is the CIP. Naturally, RIP is not an attractive acronym, so we've proposed to call it the HYPE program, and that's for $100,000 to provide grants to property owners who would meet certain criteria. Again, so the equivalent of your CIP programs locally. Program details to be determined. Next up, we have our Enterprise Center. So this is the department that runs the summer student and starter company programs. So it has 2 full-time staff. Its funding is from the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation, Trade. It is also has an arrangement with the City of Pembroke to contribute some funding. And this is a program that for a number of years, the ministry funding has been flat for the operating costs. So we have struggled to run the program for the funding that has been allocated, especially on the administrative side. So in the past, when the program was originally developed, the department was allowed to retain some of the unspent funds to use on the program going forward. And we've continued to carry that amount forward. So here it's shown as a suggested reduction, but essentially it's to use our old surplus funds to keep the program running because the government grant has not increased and does not cover the full cost of running the program. So similar to the prior year, we continue to suggest to use this. Again, it's not an unlimited supply of funds, so we estimate that we have about $50,000, and this would use $48,000 of it. So we're almost at the end of that old surplus funds. Next up, we have the OVTA. So the OVTA is a separate organization from the County of Renfrew. And our current agreement with the OVTA runs from 2023 to 2027, whereby we have a base level of funding, and it's adjusted annually at the same rate as the county budget, in this case 3.25%. And most of the county contribution is done in staff given to the OVTA, so we run their payroll from our county staff. But there is a bit of a direct transfer as well. The OVTA is also another joint operation with the City of Pembroke, but they flow their money directly to the OVTA and not through us in this case. Next up, we have our planning department. So the planning department is 9.5 full-time staff. They share an AA with the operations department, which is where you get the half. The funding is coming from our severance applications, our general inquiry fees, subdivision applications, and the lower tier service charges and official plan amendments. We also have, for a number of years now, had a purchase service for an outside independent contractor to help assist with our workload in planning, which has been on the upward trend for, I would say, the last 4 or 5 years. And our first suggested reduction in this department would be to remove the purchase service and just simply allow the backlog to be what it is. Our staff will continue to work on it, but it's one of those areas where we could reduce our costs, so we could remove that purchase service. It also contains a special project for a housing development readiness plan. So this was on last year's sort of the MESA program from the planning side, was to have this plan for shovel-ready housing developments. So it's in progress now, I would say. But the suggested reduction is then again to continue to use that collection of MESA reserves to fund that program. And I would say that, while we await the details of yesterday's announcement about Heart Hubs, almost certainly this component of the MESA program will not be funded, the planning side of what we had as our MESA program. So we will likely still continue to need those collection of MESA reserves to fund the balance of this project. And then, as Director Davis mentioned, our suggested enhancement is to hire an outside firm to update the County of Renfrew official plan, and we have given an estimated cost at $250,000 for next year, should you wish to hire an outside consultant to do that work. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is development and planning.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. So, having gone through that budget, I will open it up to questions, and maybe if we could just start at the beginning of that report. So we'll start with the properties and just move through, and if you have any questions, please direct them to Mr. Burke. Councillor from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First question, I think this is the first chart. Yeah, the Pembroke Administration Building. So it cites an enhancement of $100,000 under capital. On the charting, the line item charting, the memo or note, if you will, on the next page identifies only the $55,000 for the charging station. I'm wondering what would be the additional $45,000 that makes up the 100.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the $100,000 is the cost of the charging station, and it's 50% or $45,000 in grant money to cover. I believe it's supposed to cover 50%-ish. Now, I have to double check what the difference is there, but yeah. So we estimate that to install the charging stations, it's about $100,000 per building. The province is contributing $45,000 maximum.
Okay, thank you. So ultimately, the enhancement is the full cost, what's discussed in the note is our own component net of outside grant. So going back to the chart, is that shown in the enhancement on the revenue side or as well then?
So yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So the revenue would be here, and your expense below.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just in regards to the charging station, I'm not sure how they work. I've never been in an electric vehicle. When you hook up to a charging station, do you charge, is a fee charge for that, or do we just give the energy away? Just wondering.
Through you, Chair. So the design, what we're planning on implementing here, if we could move forward, is to pay. So there'll be a payment option within the individual unit as you go forward.
Yeah, Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Just curious again on this electrical vehicle charging station. Does the grant expire in 2025 or could it be pushed to 2026?
I'm relatively certain it did have a date to it, and it was, I believe, December 31st, 2025.
Any further questions on the Pembroke Admin building? Seeing none, so we will move to the Renfrew County Place. And I'm seeing no questions there, so then it's the base stations. Questions, comments? Seeing none. The Arm Prior building. Councillor from Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Chair. The building automation, is that electronic locks, etc.?
The building automation, if I may, through you, Chair, is just for the HVAC units, so we can automate how we control the units outside the building. You don't have to be physically there and making sure that the building's in good repair at all times. Thank you.
And maybe just a follow-up to that question, is this going to be integrated with our other building automation systems, or is it standalone?
To answer your question, Chair, this would be a standalone system just for this building at this time.
Same program. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other questions? I'm seeing none, so we'll move to the Forestry Department. Councillor from Admiston Brumley.
Sorry, there was one more building, Mr. Chair. I thought we were working our way through them as buildings. It is with respect to the OPP building, with your indulgence. So, as I understand, and certainly in the inflationary period that we have seen, kind of putting it into my terms, which is kind of like the financial terms, so at 5%, we're not really meeting our surplus variance ROI target. But I'm assuming that that is probably a pressurized situation that's really sprung up in the last 2 to 3 years. Do you anticipate that those pressures are to continue, particularly as we are seeing a substantial reduction, just off by my own estimate? I think 2024 we're probably going to come in under 2.5. What is the projection moving forward? I wonder if Mr. Burke's prepared to even answer that, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would add that the lease agreement is such that the operating costs are capped at no greater than 5% of the year before's operating cost, which was also capped. And that cap compounds. So I believe by my count, it's been 3 years now we've been above that 5%. So that would be 21, 22, and 23. We have not done the 2024 audit that is required for the lease agreement. but I suspect it will be similar. And that is compounding so that we are, I don't want to say significantly behind our operating costs, but it will be harder to dig out of that. We will need a couple years at the significantly lower inflation rates to dig our way out, where we can actually transfer the entire bill to the Ministry of Infrastructure. I should say that the building is still making money, and it was predicated on, as Councillor Donahue pointed out, a return on investment. It is contributing to what is our OPP building reserve. The difference is it's not contributing the amount we planned into our OPP building reserve. It is still a profitable building.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Mr. Burke. So if I'm understanding, just on the operating basis, it's not so much that we have to dig ourselves out, that a subdued inflation over enough years should indemnify or get us back onto an even keel. Just following up on the second question, though, and I know that the full schedule of reserves is attached here, but I'm not going to go to that right now. And we are not seeing a substantial increase here. In fact, the top line is zero once again, so I'm not sure where we are actually accruing, if you will, even if that is informally, our operating costs. But ultimately, if we were beginning to feel some pressure, I'm not entirely sure, as I understood it, the reserve, the monies, the surplus variance, if you will, that we've been realizing from the get-go, was going into this reserve. It had been suggested to me that the reserve was ultimately for what the next fit-up would be, and I was never really persuaded that was a likelihood, since we can debenture at that time. First off, I anticipate, unless there are particular challenges, I would fully anticipate that even in 2031 we might expect to retain our current tenant. But even if we're not to be so, I'm assuming we could debenture once again, simply the changing the drapes and the furniture moving forward if there was to be another tenant as well. Is there a specific purpose unto the reserves that are the OPP reserve line, that thou shalt not touch these to perhaps get back on top of operating cost pressures?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so there is not a specific reserve, like a restriction on that reserve. It is a general capital reserve to do with as you wish. Why it was set up with that specific payment plan in mind, that it will contribute this much per year to that reserve, and at the end of the lease we'd have this much in our reserve and we'd own the building and we could do what that plan was. That was predicated on when we originally did the work around that building. I have looked at it since then. We get asked periodically, because there are other municipalities who are considering a similar arrangement. It's what they thought was a good idea at the time, and that was the plan they came up with. It can certainly change, though. There's no deliberate we will have this and it will enable us to do this built into that plan.
Okay, just to close that off, Mr. Chair, I recognize that the anticipation is that, once we get off the ski lift, the slope itself is going to get us back to equilibrium. But I think that is an option for consideration if, in fact, as Mr. Davis had suggested, the things we don't know that we don't know yet, if in fact they may exacerbate rather than lead to mitigation, that might be an option to pursue. Thank you.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. General question just on buildings, and I apologize that this was within the last question, but I might have missed it. When we lease a building out in a number of areas, do we include in that lease price the recapitalization of the asset at the end of its life? Or is that something we just assume we're going to sort out later?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that very much depends on the lease and the tenant. So in this case, it was built into the lease, but the lease was a long lease. It was 15 years, and it was a building we built specifically for that tenant. In terms of our other leases, you'll be aware that some of them were negotiated for various reasons, some of them below market rates, some of them simply negotiated for what we thought we could rent the space for, with no real plan beyond what's the most we can get for our space. And some of them do have that kind of a repayment plan behind them, that, we would borrow the money from our own reserves to build the building, and they would be replenished over this length of time. So very much depends on the building in question and the lease in question.
Supplementary? I see the wheels turning.
Sorry, Chair, I lost it there for a moment. Thank you. I'll come back.
Okay,
if
we
I
can always come
remember.
back to you. Warden?
Thank you. I have to confess, keeping an eye on that, the OPP reserve, and not saying anything, because I always kind of thought it was going to, be going to use it as part of any campus improvements, whether it was housing or whether it was the putting services in for an additional building in there. So I'd asked that question a number of years ago and found that it was unencumbered, but I had just sort of stored that in my mind in case we needed it. So I probably should have shared that earlier.
Councillor from Whitewater, it's come back to you.
Yeah, sorry. I'm working at half speed. The question I wanted to ask is related to a number of the capital works that are recommended in each one of the buildings we reviewed. I noticed that none of them are included in any options for us to try to reduce costs to the budget as a fiscal year. And I just wanted to publicly make sure that we ask the question purposefully. None of these capital works would prioritize as options to defer or ahead of what has already been recommended.
So through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I could go back to November when we talked about our long-term financial plan and our capital asset plan, and we have targets of a specific standard for buildings, different standards. We have long-term care homes at a very high standard, ambulances bases below that, and different standards for different buildings. These capital works and the 10-year plan for our buildings are predicated on meeting that facility condition index target. So that's why we have these works selected. They are the works that will have to happen if we are to meet that FCI target. If we are to cut our FCI target, then yes, we could consider deferral or moving things around. Again, when we go back to November and we looked at what should we, where should we save money? What's one of the things? What can we not do to save money? The place we landed on was roads as opposed to buildings, right? We would cut into our road infrastructure. Our PCI targets would decrease, not our FCI targets. So, we can certainly look at that again if that's something that comes up. But I think on the whole, it's easier to reduce your PCI targets and let your roads degrade than your buildings. And that was the conclusion and the basis behind the long-term financial plan and the 10-year plan and the capital projects in front of you today. So if we were considering reducing our level of service to save money, we would go back to that 10-year plan and start reshuffling things. That would be our area where how we would do that, as opposed to just that parking lot, I've been there, it looks fine, let's not worry about it. Because a lot of this is predicated on, maintenance now, as opposed to wait till it degrades completely and then try and rebuild it.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. And that's perfect. I appreciate you reiterating that. I'm in full support of that approach. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor from Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke to Mr. Burke earlier this morning, and I ask now if you could just go through one more time about the depreciation and then the surplus adjustment on depreciation as an explanation, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, happy to do that, and probably should have done that before I started the budget as opposed to into the middle of it. But in the municipal sector, we have our very own standard of accounting. And in when we talk about our budgets and our costs, well, what we do is we don't budget for depreciation. We budget for the expense in the year we incur it, whether that's a $5 million bridge or a $5 box of Kleenex. It's all the same to us. We budget in the year we incur it. But under public sector accounting standards, we have to capitalize certain assets and then depreciate them over their life. So what you're looking at on those yellow highlights on all the screens is the adjustment that would bring your municipal budget back into its public sector accounting standards format. So you'll see on any given one, you'll see depreciation up at the top as required under public sector accounting standards, and then it's backed out in our adjustments. You will see that there's no capital expenses, but they're added back in your adjustments. And likewise, under your public sector accounting standards, there is no consideration given for reserves. A reserve to a private company is simply savings from the year before. There's no, you can run at a loss for however many years you have enough savings to run for. But in the municipal world, we have reserve transfers in and reserve transfers out as part of our, our arrangement to try and smooth those property taxes. We tax now, take those savings and spend them in the future to keep that property tax levy kind of stable. And so that's what those adjustments are. If that answers.
Thank you.
Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to perhaps expand a little bit on Councillor Nicholson's questions, which is to kind of distinguish or make the distinction between the routine maintenance, i.e. that we're going to change the oil on the recommended basis versus expansion, that I'm going to put a headache rack at the front of the box in the pickup truck. So in terms of the capital on the real property, they are two distinct things, because it seems to me that if we are adding kind of a remote monitoring option on a building, that's not routine maintenance. That is kind of an expansion of the facility itself. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that building has a system in place now. Now, it's quite an improvement over the original system. When that building was originally put in, we didn't have even the thought process behind remote monitoring that. So it is a repair of the existing system, but it will substantially, it's not a like-for-like repair. And that maybe so it's a bit of both, maybe, is the answer.
Okay, thank you. It is, and at this point, I have no particular position on one or the other, but I think just in terms of the transparency of working through our budgets and where there may be opportunity to find some savings, that may be one. Of course, we're not, it would be inappropriate. We are going to be dealing with that moving forward in our CHC assets, but ideally we are maintaining these in a good state of repair, and to distinguish that from enhancing the facility, building a deck at the back rather than just a step out into the backyard. I think just for council's capacity to perhaps see where there may be a much reduced LOS impact on any item that we might consider.
So I'm looking to see if there are any more questions on the properties. I'm seeing none, so we will now move to the Forestry Division. Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do believe the note actually talks about there is a standing policy, I think it is towards the reforestation, that once again any surplus variance that may be realized would be poured into that. Now we are seeing a substantial. It is curious as well. I am believing my eyes, but I cannot believe my eyes. On the most right-hand column, it says the variance is of 3.25% is 88%. And I think those things are not equal. So on an 88% increase, is there any capacity, particularly when we know from the start that the bids we received are substantially in excess, and I recognize that that's almost a standing budget line item, i.e. the revenues, I think it's been static at whatever the number is, maybe since its inception. But just with that kind of increase, and I know that this is a department, like within development of property, this is a single department, and ultimately it is the aggregate or the global that is the important thing. But again, is that a possibility where I cannot recall a time when the revenues actually underperformed budget? If that was an area that potentially on a, and I understand the slippery slope of broaching these things. Once dipping that well, is it then going to be tantalizing moving forward? But that's a big increase to a single department.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So there have been a number of years in the past, 2013, that I recall that we went below the estimated amount of at the time, $240,000, $250,000. So again, when we talk about the baseline level of $180,000, at the time, I do believe in 2014, we did reduce it from 240, 250 to make it a baseline of 180. And even since that time, we have not met that, I think, twice. And in the past, I know Lacey Rose has given kind of a summary of different revenue sources. But just keep in mind, if we could, though, again, the estimates on the volume of timber and the estimates of the market. We have no control of what the market can do, and I know I'm repeating myself. However, when things happen, like what happened in 2014 when there's a slowdown, it really impacted the forest industry. We don't know what could happen, again, not fear-mongering, going forward. So that's why we decided as a collective, with the elected support, of $180,000 moving forward. Hopefully that answers the questions and for some clarity too.
It does, but of course, I wasn't here in 2013, 2014, so that doesn't exist, that I wasn't here. So I understand that. So perhaps even a follow-up. So pretty substantial, I would anticipate, part of that, and I haven't done the math, but the special projects, and I think you referred to that as perhaps a conference or something to that effect. There's $25,000 variance on the special projects line from last year to this year. So do we anticipate that, again, this might be somewhat of a bubble, this substantial increase, all things being equal, would we anticipate that there would be a downslope to that potentially next year of those things that are driving that 88% increase?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'd like to say there's a bubble. Okay.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm just curious about the $2,000 enhancement for invasive species prevention, if that is being implemented for something in particular.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So we do know in our forest landscape in the County of Renfrew, we have two major items. We have wild parsnip that's on our county forest. Not only is it invasive, it's a hazardous plant, and we do know we have issues with garlic mustard, another invasive plant in one of our tracts that we need to really look at before it gets out of control. Right now, it's just an isolated spot, and with this minimal amount of $2,000, we can really have a big impact so this garlic mustard won't spread beyond this core center. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments for the forestry budget? Seeing none, then the next is our geographic information systems. Councillor from Arnprior.
Thank you, Chair. To Daniel, the 18,000 in October, is that for the year or per month? And is the average of the municipalities that are actually using this? I'm thinking, just to explain that a little bit further, a long time ago we used to have a fire department with the communications, and not all fire departments wanted it, so we divided it by 15 instead of 17, and I'm curious if this is the same. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the $18,000 is, I believe it's for 3 months, so October, November, December. So it's one third or 1/4 of a year. We didn't get into how we would divide that up. Obviously, that's always a little bit of a conundrum. It could be by license user that we divide that price, or a number of other ways, weighted assessment, evenly. I think we've been down that road a few times. We have just suggested if it's a possibility, and that would be the magnitude. We'd have to work out the actual arrangement afterward.
If I may, Chair, just to add on to that. So I know in the past, through Bruce Howarth and his team, that we did talk about this line item a number of times and gave the preamble to local municipalities that we're short a budget on this line item of the enterprise licensing agreement. We talked about different options. We never gave a firm option as how we'd recover that $18,000 amount, and even the discussion of absorbing that within our own budget line item. If you look at the administrative portion, just to figure that out, to spend the cost recovery of $18,000, what is that? So right now it's a minimal amount, but it's still moving forward.
We enhanced it on our document of
the MMP. Thank you, CEO. So Craig was just mentioning, we did enhance this through this municipal modernization fund. So we absorbed this cost 2 years ago, and this is the end of the 3-year cycle for the municipal modernization funds, and this is what the result is. It would be nice if we ended it on the calendar month. We didn't. It just happened to be where the program funds were pulling from.
Supplementary. Thank you, Chair. Just the comment, if there is going to be an invoice sent to the municipalities, our budget is going to be done next week. And if it's any great amount, it'll throw a little bit of a wrench into our budget purposes. So to give the municipalities a heads up, if this goes forward and we're going to get a bill, be prepared. Thank you.
Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
I do have an independent question, but I wanted just to follow up on that as well. I do keep in mind, 18,000, I think it would probably have to double it before it even becomes a rounding error for the county of Renfrew. And I know that this can be, even at a low level of dollar value, can be a large irritant, i.e. it irritates above its weight. It does seem to me, so again, 18,000 is only a quarter. That's $72,000 of extended over a year. And I think this is one of those things that once it's done, it's probably not going to be undone. So really we're talking about $72,000 a year. Ultimately, I can't imagine that there's any frivolous use of the GIS, that the same people that are paying for the GIS, we're just discussing, are they going to pay through one of the 3 items on their tax bill or another one of them? It's all going to be there. Without knowing, and I have no idea how much my municipality utilizes the GIS versus Councillor Lynch's. What I do know is it's funded, the county has the capacity right now to fund it through a very equitable assessment, which is how we fund everything. So I'm loath to actually open this one up to be able to then design what is probably going to be a more arcane and opaque formula that every lower tier municipality is then going to be going through very carefully to determine the accuracy of the formula and how it's working out. Right now, it's being done for the sake of that. I think we should give careful consideration to that. It's going to get paid for by the same pocket. Right now, I think there's a very elegant solution as to how to allocate those costs. My question was on the ESRI. I'm just kind of curious. Like, that's a big number, 188,000. But is that an annual licensing, or is there a lot of built-in kind of upfront one-time costs associated with that? What would be the annual cost moving forward?
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So this is a one-time item for the majority of it. So we went through an exercise working with the ESRI representatives to see what we could do, what would it take to bring in-house what we currently have on an outside consultant. And working with our IT department, Mr. Chris Wren, what would it take for a server? What would it take for security? And this is a very high level of $188,000. Do we need this? We're working fine without it. However, in the long run, it'd be beneficial for the County of Renfrew to implement this if this is a possibility. So hopefully that answers some of your questions.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It absolutely does. And I want to draw on, and not to steal some thunder from your colleague and my Mr. Perkins. We are going to hear a report this afternoon on substantial organizational chart changes within the operations department that cost money, but money is not the value, is ultimately what is at question. So it seems to me, because I know when this first came up, there was in the report on moving forward that there is a lot broader latitude if this is in fact housed here, of how we can use it and make it work for us, perhaps in a different way even than using the license right now to an outside provider. So I'm certainly intrigued, and that's what I was wondering. Is it even possible for Mr. Davis to perhaps suggest, let's suppose this had happened in 2024. I'm assuming that there is an annual license fee and a kind of a maintenance charge as well. Have you any idea what that might be if we are to bring this in-house?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So that's a challenging answer or question to answer, just because if we move forward with the enterprise licensing agreement, that will take some of the cost because it isn't all around supporting some of the information, but there will be additional cost. To be exact of the cost, do not know at this time for the annual fees.
I think perhaps, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Davis can come up with some kind of an estimate a week tomorrow. That would be very helpful.
Any other? Yes, Councillor from Petawawa.
I hate to beleaguer this point here, but I'm just, for clarification, the 18,000, your proposal is to split that amount amongst the 17 municipalities, or is that 18,000 each for the 17 municipalities? And going forward, the year-long charge of 72, is that total divided by 17 municipalities?
So through you, Mr. Chair, as the councillor from Adamson Bromley pointed out, we have done this type of arrangement before where we tried to download essentially a bill to the lower tiers. I believe it took 2 or 3 meetings to determine the exact formula that we would cost share it across. The last one was a dispatch system upgrade, and it took, possibly 3 meetings to work out the exact details of how it would be cost shared. I suspect this would require a similar amount of effort to figure out exactly who's going to pay which part of which bill, but that would be a to be determined. To answer your other question, so the 3 months at $18,000, that's total, so possibly split 17 ways.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say, I think this is a tool that we use, and just as the councillor from Amherst Bromley said, it's going to be paid for by the taxpayers one way or the other. I think the most efficient, effective way is to have it centralized. So I'm in support of it being kept at a county level. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on? I'm not seeing any, so we will move to the development, property, and economic development. Questions? I'm seeing none. So Development and Property Enterprise Center. And I'm seeing no questions there. And Development and Property, Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Recently, Petawawa and Pembroke have instituted the municipal accommodations tax, and 50% of that is going to the OVTA. Where is that captured in our forecasting?
So through you, Mr. Chair, It's not. So the OVTA is a separate arrangement or a separate organization. So all this is showing is our contribution to the OVTA as per our current agreement, which runs 2023 to 2027. The OVTA has its own board and its own books and everything else.
Thank you. Just wanted to get that on noted.
Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
Thank you. Just for clarity on that, though, that Councillor Weir has broached that, I have to presume my municipality does not have a MAT. So I'm presuming when those funds that are generated within GM or Petawawa that do flow to the OVTA, whatever the new ones are, anything that is flowing to the OVTA, I'm presuming that those funds are dedicated to the communities that are generating them, that they are not part of the broader mandate of the OVTA, correct?
Yeah, through you, so I'll just jump in, Chair, if I may. Yes, you are very much correct. That's the whole premise of the MAT.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? Seeing none, so we will move on to planning. Councillor from BV.
I've been waiting so patiently, Chair. Just obviously official plan, 2 trigger words for me. I'm just wondering, the last time we did it took about 8 years. So why are we spending $250,000 in 1 year to possibly have changes to the OP after a new government is elected and at the whim of the province?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So when we created this budget, we, late last year, is before the world blew up. Thank you very much. And again, this is a very high level. It's not just the matter of creation of the text of the official plan. It's the talking about the public meetings that will be held. It's the talking about hiring a consultant to look at the modeling. Because the requirements now from the province, we will have to model farmlands, and we don't do that in-house. We'll have a third-party consultant doing this, and this will take a number of years. So maybe 250,000 at this year is a very high-level approach, but we want to make sure it's captured. Again, things have changed since that capturing. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Yes, a real supplementary, Chair, if I may. I just think that maybe we're a little too early to get on this. If it's changed twice in 2024, what are they going to, twice or 3 times? A lot. Okay, so all I'm saying is this a tool that Mr. Howarth really requires at this time, or is it something that he's smart enough to muddle through with his amazing staff? Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and very much so. Mr. Howarth will do more than just muddle. He can handle whatever's thrown at his way, but we can maybe, what I'm hearing is a possible delay. I think that can be a possibility. Thank you.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just curious, when we talk about official plans, we have to renew them every 5 years. If every county or lower tier is doing something like this at this kind of cost value, is there any way that we could just pool together and come up with a 5-year cycle and hire staff full-time, like a EORN function or something that would rotate between the counties?
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming you're looking at me. Thank you, Chair. So theoretically, that could be a possibility. It's not as easy as that. Different counties and different municipalities and timelines. It's something we can think about in the near future and maybe leave it at that.
Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that also the variables that would have to be plugged in would make that a challenge, and I'm sure Mr. Howarth can probably attest. Once again, the world only began when I sat in this room, and it'll end when I'm leaving this room. But certainly in the time that I've been in this room, I think there's scarcely been an issue that's so vital to our province that has had so much turmoil and change and things put on the table, pulled off of the table, that it would be a challenge to meet that. But I think it is also consistent with what Councillor Murphy is suggesting. I know that the early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. So in terms of when is the appropriate time, I have absolute faith in the professionalism of our staff here, but we are on Leda clay, if you will, and sometimes it is unstable, and perhaps it is appropriate to wait for stability. And I think that that is precisely what my colleague from Monash Valley was suggesting. My question specifically is just on the top line. So when it's talking about the planning staff, this is where it's plugging in the director. Is there cost recovery on a pro rata basis of the departments that roll up through that all have the shared director of development and property?
So through you, Mr. Chair, no, not in that way. So we have cost shares primarily in those departments where we have funding that has that type of capacity. In the Development and Property Committee, there is not, I don't believe, any of that type of funding where we could have that type of situation where if we were to bill out more time, we would recover more in funding. I'm just thinking about the different fundings inside the D&P department, and they're all already maximized. So there's really no advantage to billing out any more of Jason's time. I could say that.
Supplementary? Any other questions while Councillor is mulling? Yes, the warden.
During the presentation, there was a mention of a backlog, and with the reduction of the part-time planner, the attempt would be to address the backlog. How significant is it? Is it a doable thing, or is it something we're going to be rolling up against timelines?
Mr. Davis or Mr. Howarth?
I'll take a stab at it before Mr. Howarth can take a look at it. The idea of removing this contract position will create pressure for other staff, other planning staff. It will create delays in other areas of our planning work. And when you looked at, I think, and during my slide deck, I talked about a number of zoning bylaws that we're trying to implement at the local level. It will create a delay. I'm happy to say in discussions with Mr. Howarth, delays for inquiries and the actual severance applications is manageable at this time. But again, with the reduction of staff, it will create a cascading effect for other projects. So I want to give all the power and the support to our staff, our planning staff under Bruce Howarth, but in reality, reducing the contract position will put pressures on again. Yes, and again, thank you, CAO. So as I mentioned before, we're short-staffed currently. I mentioned the junior planner. I mentioned the GIS technicians for that salary line item as we speak right now is not being filled. And so we will have some ways to support this contract position for a longer period than we talked about within this budget cycle.
Supplementary, Mark.
Thank you. And the reason I'm bringing it up is some members of the soon-to-be ex-government provincially have made known their complaints about municipalities in general, red tape and delays. I would assume after the election, if it's a larger majority, and depending on who replaces some of the members that are leaving, how open they are to having communication or not about municipal issues, that we might be under some scrutiny again and some criticism. So I'm hopeful we can keep the contract employee. Thank you.
Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. We're talking about a shortage and a backlog of work. And we are currently, I'm not sure what the status is, but we are outsourcing to shared services to other municipalities. Is there any thought of stopping the shared service and outsourcing to other municipalities to bring our staff back in to to basically be able to get to our backlog and get through the work. And the municipalities that are using them currently could use outsourcing to private corporations. But if we bring them back in to get the work done, I'm just wondering if that's been a thought.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And typically, we work on behalf of the local municipalities. So through our planning staff, to do something that what you're suggesting is that would be a basic downloading of services, which we typically don't do in the planning department. We try to upstaff. If we have a planning services agreement, say with the local municipality, we have to make sure we have a full complement to do that. I know in the past, just recently, a local municipality has reached out to us to see if we could provide more services, and our response at the time was, we're short-staffed. But back to your questions, to look at downloading this planning services has not been part of our thought process at this time.
Supplementary.
Yeah, thank you. So right now, the shared services, if a planner is being used by a municipality, they're paying money back to the county. So it's really not downloading because they're already paying. Isn't that correct?
Through you, Chair. So it's not additional cost. I'm looking at Bruce Howard to make sure I'm getting the terminology right. They're not paying additional costs. And I'll kind of leave it at that, and maybe I will bring in Bruce Howard just to make sure I have a direct answer for you. If you could come up, Bruce, just to one of your microphones.
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Chair. So the direct answer would be no, we have not considered reducing services to local municipalities. We have planning service agreements with several of the local municipalities where we help them out and essentially act as a contractor for those municipalities to provide planning services to them. So we make recommendations or review planning applications that are submitted to the local municipalities, and we act as if we were their own planning staff. That we don't take the decision power away from the local municipalities, so the local municipalities are still the decision makers. We just provide that planning service to them. We do have formal planning service agreements that with those local municipalities that we provide that service for. And even with our shortage of planners right now, reducing our service to the local municipalities or abandoning some of those agreements is not something that we have contemplated.
Councillor from Petawawa.
And I'll preface, thank you, Chair, and through you. I'll preface this with not making any promises, but when a lower tier municipality comes to the county and says, do you have the capacity for some extra planning services, and you say no because we're short-staffed, what if there was a municipality that had a more fulsome planning department that perhaps may have some spare time? Could there be an agreement worked out whereby you act as a, I don't know, a guide for that other municipality and see if that neighboring municipality could provide them with some services?
Through you, Chair. So that's an opportunity. It is an opportunity, actually, to see for shared services going the other way from a local municipality up to the county of Renfrew. And that's something we would look at. We would look at with Mr. Howarth to see what we can do for capacity and the workflow. But by all means, bring that forward if that's a desire.
Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
Well, the added benefit of what Councillor Service is suggesting is the way that it has been working in the county of Renfrew so far. You might even have the same person doing it that was doing it at the county a month ago. The question that I'm kind of curious of, so if in fact there was the full complement, and by the way, you need to get a sign, Mr. Davis, like the accident-free days, so many days of fully staffed. If we were in fact fully staffed, would there really be any requirement for this position, or is this position ultimately recognizing that challenge? That's part one. Part two is, I think that this is what I heard, but for clarity, so I believe I've lost the plot a little bit on this, but I believe with penalties there is a service standard expectation on typical planning issues, whether they be subdivisions or severances, I expect. I'm hearing that they're not threatened here, even if we were to set this aside. But absolutely, we could not indemnify some of the additional work so that even on, and we are one of the municipalities that Mr. Howarth has planned towards upgrading our comprehensive zoning bylaw. I think there were 4, possibly 5. So it sounds like potentially maybe only 3 of the 4 might be done, depending on how long the vacancy. But that the service standards on the core business of planning are not being threatened.
Thank you. And if I could, to answer your first question, your Part A question, the reason why we contemplated this contract position back in 2000, and I do believe in 2024, was because of the backlog, was because of our short staff. So that was the reason. We were very hopeful at the end of last year when we had a full complement. We were catching up on the files. We're responding in due time. Do we need the person now? In a sense, yes, because we're short-staffed. And then maybe I'll lean over to, if I could, Mr. Howarth, to answer your B question.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So yeah, there was a time period where we were, I'll say, significantly behind and had a very significant backlog where it was taking months and months to respond to general inquiries, and our consent application times were, I'll say, unacceptable for our internal standards. We wanted to do better. So we have improved our general inquiry response time down to our target date of within 30 days. I think like the vast, until recently, we were responding within 30 or less than 30 days for all general inquiries, which was within our desires, which was great. Our consent applications, ideally, we would have a decision done within 4 months. We are currently at 6 months, so we're not quite completely to where we want to be for a standard, but we've reduced that timeline more than half from where we were. So it's helped quite a bit, but we're still not exactly where we want to be. So there are still some improvements where there is a little bit of a backlog where we'd like to make some improvements. But as discussed before, we have several ongoing long-term projects, like the zoning bylaw projects that we're working for on behalf of the local municipalities. And with our current staffing, without having that additional support, some of those long-term projects, the priorities will have to shift, and to make sure that we're meeting our statutory timelines for like zoning bylaw amendments for local municipalities or minor variances or consent. So to make sure that we're making our statutory timelines for those, our priorities for some of those longer-term projects would have to be affected.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to get clarification on the $25,000 for the contracted planning services. We had mentioned a couple times about being understaffed. So obviously, if the position's not filled, we have that funding for that position. So this $25,000 is in addition to the money that we aren't spending on filling the position.
So through you, Chair, when we designed the budget, it was under the impression that we were fully staffed, 9.5 employees, and then $25,000 in contract staff. As Director Davis mentioned, we're not there now. That's changed since then, but that was the premise, and that was our thinking was at that staffing level, we could reduce that contract staff with minimal effect on our service level. Now that we're understaffed and that's changed, we of course have a vacancy we will attempt to fill either with our contract staff or whatever way it happens. So again, as I think of a few years in planning, it's if we could staff it, this is what we would do. We probably can't. So this reduction is somewhat meaningless because we probably can't find a person to fill it anyways. We would attempt to, but whether we practically could or not is another matter. So hopefully that answers a bit of your question.
So I think we're ready to move on. And I just looking at Ms. Dombrowski, when we do the recommendation, do we have to amend the recommendation to remove that $250,000 because no? Okay. Okay, thank you. So
I will read the recommendation is that the Development Property Committee recommends that the draft 2025 Development and Property Department budget be forwarded to the budget workshop at the February 6, 2025 special session of County Council as presented. Moved by the warden, seconded by the councillor from BV. Oh,
Sorry, we already have a mover and a seconder for this. Whitewater Region councillor was moving it, and councillor of Armpire seconded.
thank you for that clarification. Yes, my memory's good, but it's short, so appreciate that. So we have a mover and a seconder, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And that has been carried. And the second recommendation then is that the Development Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw implementing a municipal consultation strategy under section 17.18 of the official plan. Do I have a moved by councillor from Boncher Valley, seconded by councillor from Whitewater? Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? And that is also carried. And then I have one final recommendation, that the discussion reports be received as presented. Moved by councillor from Edmonton Brumley, seconded by councillor from Petawawa. Discussion. All in favor? That's carried. Sorry, we have no reports, verbal reports. Are there any updates to the information that require verbal reports? Seeing none, we have no closed session at this time. And new business, so we have a notice of motion, and maybe I can turn to the councillor from Greater Madawaska to read that, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is to the Development and Property Committee, the County of Renfrew. Motion whereas the County of Renfrew is committed to maintaining and enhancing its own infrastructure, promoting tourism, optimizing operational efficiency while ensuring cost-effective management resource, whereas the County of Renfrew Active Transportation identifies the importance of data-driven insights in achieving and sustainable infrastructure development and improving mobility for residents and visitors, as outlined in the County of Renfrew's Active Transportation Strategy. Whereas Streetlight Data, a leading provider of advanced transportation analytics, offers insight to traffic patterns, tourism trends, infrastructure planning that align with the county's goals. Where the integration of Streetlight Data into the county's planning strategies could provide the following benefits: asset management, prioritize maintenance and extend lifespans using data on traffic patterns and infrastructure usage, resulting in cost savings. Tourism and development, leveraging insight into visitor travel patterns, identifying tourist destinations, and support strategic investment to enhance growth. Staff workload optimization, streamline. Sorry, that's a typo there. Oh, sorry, it isn't. Now I'm just having a brain, you know what. Streamline data analytics processors, reducing reliance on manual data collection and reallocation of staff to other critical tasks. Workload planning, improve resources management through detailed transportation and infrastructure demand analytics. Data collection, replace costly manual surveys with accurate real-time data for effective decision-making. We're exploring the potential of Streetlight Data aligns with the county's objectives, sustainability, operational efficiencies, community development, as well as supports informed decision-making for future extensions of possible Highway 417. Therefore, resolved that the County of Renfrew Council directs staff to conduct a feasibility study on the implementation of Streetlight Data. This study will evaluate the potential cost benefits, align with the county's asset management and tourism development, operational goals, and its applicability to future highway infrastructure, as an example, Highway 417. Staff are to present their findings to the Development and Property Committee prior to the 2026 budget process to ensure alignment with budgetary priorities.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation, and just wanted to mention as well, as Director Davis indicated, this recommendation could be either operations or it is now in development and property, but there certainly is overlap between the two departments. So I will ask for Councillor Dennehy. Or Mr. Bromley.
That interchangeable. Rose by any other name, Mr. Chair. As I understand it, this is the notice. Is the motion not to come to the next meeting of council? Okay.
Shouting at you, sorry.
It is
without a
directly
microphone.
to
This
county
notice,
council.
This notice goes to county council for
So if that's the case, then I don't believe that committee engages on the recommendation, correct? This is just providing notice that this is coming to county council. I don't think we provide for a motion to come to committee.
No, the mover is Councillor Weir, so he's moving that it goes to county council for discussion. I believe, right? That's the.
I thought we had
Well,
moved,
yeah,
I thought we had moved past to that a notice does not require a mover and seconder, that it requires only notice be provided that at the subsequent meeting of council, it be introduced.
I believe it requires a mover, though, does it not? Yeah, it does require a mover, but not a seconder, believe it or not. Anyway, I don't have it in front of me, but Councillor has provided notice that he is moving it to bring forward. There's no vote on it anyways. But this council member has brought the notice forward to be discussed at county council. Yeah.
Okay, so that requires no further action at this time. So that brings us to item number 13, which is a adjournment, and I will need a mover and a seconder to adjourn. Moved by Councillor from Petawawa, seconded by Councillor from Arnprior. All in favor? That's carried. We are adjourned, and look at that, right at 12 o'clock.
Good afternoon, councillors and general public. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole Operations. Today is Wednesday, January 29th, 2025, and the time is 12:48. Roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. The adoption of the minutes from previous minutes. We have the Operations Committee, November 12, 2024 minutes. Recommendation that the open minutes of November 12, 2024 session be approved. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Watt and Councillor McKenzie. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Second recommendation that the open minutes of the 26th of November 2020 session be approved. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Wilmner, seconded by Councillor Watt. Sorry? Right. Well, at the old Operations Committee, we used their last names. Anyone opposed? Those in favor, please. And it's carried. The last one we have is the Operation Closed Session minutes on November 26, 2024. Recommendation that the closed minutes of the November 26, 2024 session be approved. Mover, please. Councillor McKenzie. Seconder, Councillor Wilmner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have no delegations and presentations at this time. We have no communications at this time, and our consent reports. If there are no questions on the attached consent reports, could I get a mover and seconder to accept the reports as information? A mover, please. Councillor from Adamson Bromley. Seconder, please. Councillor from Township of Bonashir. The only consent was a significant weather report. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're on to the discussion reports. The Director of Public Works and Engineering will speak to the public discussion reports. Director Perkins, please.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee and council. Item 1 here under resolutions for Community Sports and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. I'll read the recommendation to get it on the floor. That the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a resolution to direct staff to proceed with the application under the Community Sports and Recreation Infrastructure Fund, the CSRIF, Stream 2, new builds and signature new builds for the reconstruction of the trail crossing AT032, Bissett Creek and Highway 17, located on the Algonquin Trail in the United Townships of Head, Clara, and Moran.
A mover, please. Councillor from Township of North Algoma Wilberforce and the town of Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. Some background here is this is an opportunity for Taylor's team with the Algonquin Trail to apply for some much-needed funding. As we know, right now the trail needs a bridge crossing at the Highway 17 at Bissett Creek, and this is released under the Community Sports and Recreation Infrastructure Fund under 2 different streams. Stream 1 is closed, but Stream 2 remains open and is for the reconstruction or building of a new recreational infrastructure. So it suits our needs, and staff will go ahead and apply.
Any questions for Director Perkins? See none. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next.
Thank you, Chair. Item 2 in this section is grant funding for recreation trails. That the Operations Committee recommend that County Council adopt a resolution to direct staff to pursue and submit applications for funding under any eligible provincial and federal programs that are or may become available for which development of maintenance of the county recreation trails and associated bridges may be eligible.
Mover, please. Township of Greater Madawaska. Seconder, please. Councillor from Laurentian Valley. That would be on page 17 of your package.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Any questions, comments? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, actually, I apologize for the delay. I just had one question, if I may, on that.
Yes?
I'm just wondering if, on those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points, if perhaps yourself or Mr. Perkins could give some indication, what is the total capital budget of those elements that are in front of us there?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Donahue. Actually, I'm not sure what's in our 10-year asset management plan, as it hasn't been accepted. So, Taylor, do you have confirmation on how much money for all these projects are?
Thank you, Chair. If I may, just give me one moment here. Our 10-year asset management plan for the trails was not approved, but we do have budget estimates in it. So for structure work, not including Bissett Creek, it was approximately $1.35 million. And for trail section work, it was approximately $3.36 million.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll carry on with number 3, Chair, please. Or as you were, Dr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Item 3 is policy PW24, community safety zones along county roads. The recommendation here is that Operations Committee recommends that staff be directed to seek feedback from the local municipalities regarding the proposed draft policy regarding community safety zones, and that a final policy be presented at a future meeting for consideration.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor from Bonaire Valley, Town of Petawawa. That would be on page 17 and 18. Any questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Perkins, or perhaps Mr. Hanrath, as Mr. Perkins sees fit. So where this becomes salient is that there are 2 proposals or 2 requests later in our meeting with respect to current requests for CSZs. Excuse me. In this one, I think it's on page 28, this is in the draft policy that does not currently exist. But the draft policy says roads with a posted speed greater than 60 kilometers an hour shall not be considered for a CSZ. And again, confirming this is a draft, it is not in place, but this is the recommendation of staff. So ultimately, I think in the 2 requests that are coming forward, one is meeting that bar. I think it is 50 kilometers an hour currently, but the other is not. Even if it is adjusted downwards, it will still not meet 60. I'm curious if you could underscore what the rationale is of the recommended threshold of 60.
Director Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Donahue. What we're using here is the Ontario Traffic Manual, Book 5. So that is the recommended speed limits. It has to be under 80, actually, is what they recommend. But again, what we did with this policy was we reached out to all our counterparts in Eastern Ontario using the road supervisors group. And this was what information we received back from Belleville and a number of communities in Eastern Ontario. So that's what they made work for them. But as you know, this is draft, and we are looking for feedback of that nature so that we can include it in the final product when we bring it forward. Because there are a number of CSZs out there now that are above 60, as you noted.
Follow up, if I might, Mr. Chair. So if I'm going to understand that it is essentially a BMP, like the underpinnings to what that is, it might be difficult to chase down what that is. We are simply abiding by what other jurisdictions have essentially utilized.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's correct. What we found is when you read the OTM manual, it's more of a guideline as opposed to what can and cannot be done. So we wanted to put some parameters around where CSADs could be located on county roads within the county of Renfrew. And again, we reached out to all our counterparts and thankfully got quite a bit of feedback. And CSADs are used in a number of areas throughout eastern, not all of Ontario, but eastern Ontario for sure. But there's parameters around it. If you, what we were told was if you make them too common, people don't pay attention. So this was one of we had to go back and try to get some parameters around. And as you alluded to, we are receiving requests for CSADs now as the potential for automatic speed enforcement becomes available to us. So.
Thank you.
Greater Madawaska, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. As part of this, oh, wait there for a second.
Gentlemen, we have a question on the floor.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to Mr. Perkins. As part of this process, will you be looking at possible reductions in speed limits in zones? Because I'm thinking of one of the areas that we have along Highway 508, which is Eagle's Nest, where there's all the parking is on one side of the road and there's heavy traffic or heavy pedestrian traffic in that area. So if we're looking at only community safety zones at 60, are we going to have the opportunity to broach speed reductions for certain areas?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to, I was going to say the minister. Sorry, the member from Greater Madawaska. Yes, actually, what would end up happening is, in that situation there, the Greater Madawaska would send us a resolution to reduce speeds. We would actually go through the process of doing a traffic study and an analysis, and if it was warranted, we could lower the speed, and then obviously next resolution would be to turn it into a community safety zone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? Councillor Watt?
Thank you, Chair. So my question is, if it's in a 50K zone and it is one of the qualifying types like a park, it's not going to be able to be monitored by camera? Is that correct?
I can say it will be because it's part of a community zone. If I pass that off to the
Sorry, I guess
Director.
I'm confused then with the 60K.
No, what we're saying is when we reached out to all the other communities, they maintain their community safety zones at speeds below 60. So essentially what they're saying is anything that's a highway, that's 80 kilometers an hour, wouldn't qualify as a community safety zone. So that the speed limit would have to be reduced prior to application for a community safety zone. Also, tying in the automatic speed enforcement, the ASE camera system, they have to be placed in community safety zones. So this is why we sent out this draft policy, was to put some parameters around where we can actually locate community safety zones with the knowledge that later in life there's a potential that we can put photo radar in those areas. So.
And secondary, it has to be on a county road in the rural?
No, actually, community safety zone, the community safety zones that we're looking at here are for county roads, but in your municipality, you guys can decide where you want community safety zones, and then through meeting with Mr. Burke at Finance, and they will actually do an assessment if there's enough volume of traffic to warrant an actual speed radar. So we do have the opportunity that we've reached out to the lower tier, to our municipal partners, to offer community safety zones plus automatic speed enforcement. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, more questions. Councillor from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just for clarity purposes here, the 60-kilometer minimum, I guess we'll call it, in order for a community safety zone to exist is in the draft policy, and it's just a recommendation. And the fact that there is an application on the books later today for a community safety zone where the speed is hopefully going to be reduced to 70, that application can still proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the councillor from Petawawa. That's correct, yes. As you alluded to, we do have 2 safety zones coming up later, and this is why we decided to reach out to our counterparts and develop a draft policy before we were inundated with community safety zone requests. So, but no, that is our plan. Yes, we'll go. This is a draft, and we're hoping to have feedback back on the policy by February 14th. So we'll forward it out to all council members, and we'll forward it out to the CAO group as well as our road supervisors, public works people for feedback.
Questions? Yes. Councillor from Township of North Algoma Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Perkins, the comment that you made about if it's in a municipality that a traffic study would be done, and one of the criteria is the volume of traffic during that, so that would have to be met as well as the other criteria, just for clarification.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. Yes, that's correct. There's a volume of traffic that's required in that area, but also inside this draft policy, it gives us wiggle room, shall we say, to make better judgment calls. And it's all due to safety. So that's the goal, is to make it as safe as possible for people that are using that community safety zone and people that are traveling through that community safety zone.
Thank you.
Councillor from Addison Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and perhaps I can close the loop. Ultimately, where I was going with this when I asked the first question, I certainly recognized in deference to the town of Petawawa that it would not meet this, but this is not in place, and I have no issues that this would impact it. What I was trying to understand is try to wrap my head around what the basis of it, and unfortunately we don't really even have that. I was wondering if it was a dramatic change, but community safety zones don't have any impact on speed. What they have an impact on are the consequences of speed. And I believe I stand to be corrected. I think it might be a doubling of whatever sanction, penalty, fine that would be imposed. So that's why I was trying to understand why even the 80, because just as an example, if there was a scofflaw that is doing 100 in a 60, is that any more dangerous than someone that's doing 150 in an 80 or 140 in an 80? It is that the consequences of disregard for the posted speed limit are much greater in these zones. So that's what I was trying to understand, if there was kind of a technical or practical underpinning to establishing the speed. In any event, so our municipality will be providing comment on this. That is what is being sought here, but that's why I was trying to understand what the basis of that might be.
Comments from Township of Bonnechere Valley, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is really, really great news for my local. We did, of course, sort of blanket the village in an application for a community safety zone. But one of the things that we are, of course, lacking is that one tributary of Foymount Road coming into the village, which is just a lead-in to a school that's right there. So this is excellent. I'm excited. I'm hoping, with the idea that photo radar is coming, that these applications will all be approved, and the county joining in with Bonnechere Valley will certainly be a help. So thank you.
Any other comments? We'll make the final one then. We're at the POA at Roma, and the idea is councillors, staff are not to use the words photo radar. It's a community safety. You're there for the safety of the general public. It is not a cash cow. It's a safety of your pedestrians.
I'm an old school cop kid. What do you want?
Just passing that on. Any other comments? Hearing none, I will talk to the warden.
Thank you. I had made that observation about 7 months ago with one of the ministers, so I'm glad they adopted it. We do have influence.
Last chance. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move on to number 4, which is road rationalization criterion, and that's on page 19. Director?
Thank you, Chair. So road rationalization criteria, item number 4. The recommendation is that the Operations Committee directs staff to request that EGIS proceed with the new road rationalization study on all County of Renfrew roads and municipal roads as requested by the lower tier municipalities using the suggested update criterion. And just a little background before I let you. EGIS is the group of consultants that are doing our transportation master plan. So this will be included in our transportation master plan.
Mover, please. Township of Horton. Seconder, Township of McDonough-Braeside.
Thank you, Chair. Some extensive background here. Staff has met with local partner municipality staff as well on December 12th, 2024. And again, we met again on January 23rd, 2025. You may have read some information in the local newspapers, but this is, we've got together and we realize now that the road rationalization criterion that was used for years by the Ontario Good Roads Association needed to be updated and more applicable to our situation. So again, working with our partner municipalities, we now have a criterion that we're going to go back to our consultant engineers, and hopefully they'll work through a road rationalization policy, and we hopefully will have recommendations from that, which will come to County Council at that time. We welcome questions, Chair.
Yes, we're just doing a bit of administrative details. I thought I'd seen Councillor Bennett, but I didn't. So we'll have to have a new mover, please. And that would be Town of Renfrew, please. Thank you. Questions? Councillor Watt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Are there additional costs for going back to EGIS to rework this program?
Good, excellent question. Thank you. Through you, Chair. No, actually, this is all included in our transportation master plan. It was a 2-year horizon to get this done, and this was one of the items that we had when we did the tender for it. So it's included in our transportation master plan.
Okay, thank you. Secondary question. The options, should this eventually go through, whether upload or download, and the cost of same, as well as the condition of the roads, those are two big items that are going to have to be determined and looked over very, very well. Has this been done in other county jurisdictions, and what has been done there? Thank you.
Yes, again, working through you, Chair, sorry. Working with our counterparts in Eastern Ontario, the counties, there have been a number of roads that have changed hands over the years. So my counterpart in Storm Down SDG, for example, they've actually done exactly that. They've moved roads up and down depending on volumes and similar criteria to what we're looking at here. So it's not unprecedented. A number of counties in Eastern Ontario have obviously strayed away from the Ontario Good Roads criterion, which was what we were using for years and years and years. And once they went to, a number of them again went to transportation master plans, and this was one of the items that they reviewed during the traffic master plan, because during the download of the 90s, there was a lot of roads that were uploaded and downloaded and was shuffled around, and since that time traffic patterns have changed, or we perceive they've changed, so it's obviously time to have a look. So that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for staff for going back at this. I know it involved all the senior staff at the municipal level, and I think that's a great input. There's two areas that I was just hoping would be included in the feedback to the consultant when they take a look at it. The first one has to do with the heavy industrial use category. It's not clear in the report whether or not that includes heavy agricultural use, and I just want to make sure that's a consideration. The second part has to do with the urban center connector category. And here I've noticed that there are other municipalities who have used a reference to their official plan where they're forecasting significant development in specific areas. They refer to them as site-specific for development potential or recreation resort nature development. And that cross-reference would add to that 10-year plan for future road rationalization. I'd just like to ensure that those two considerations are included in anything going to the consultants, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I see Mr. Hanrath has made notes, so thank you to the councillor from Whitewater.
Councillor Petawawa?
Thanks, Chair, and through you. Just for clarity, I guess, the recommendation is just that we go through this rationalization study. It has nothing to do with the policy in terms of downloading and uploading the roads, should that happen in the future. Am I correct in that?
Thank you, Chair.
Director?
And thank you, Councillor from Petawawa. That is exactly correct. This is just an exercise for our consultant engineers to come back at later date.
Questions from Township of North Algonquin Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow up from my colleague from Whitewater, when it comes to agriculture equipment, it's the width of the equipment traveling on some of the roads that becomes a safety concern, as well as the weights of some of that equipment that certainly has an impact on the road. So just want to make sure the consultants, as my colleague said, are aware of that.
Director, comment? Is that a yes?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you.
Just Councillor Nicholson, again, please.
Thanks. I'll just add on to it, just again, to highlight two examples where we have biogas being generated. There's massive heavy transport in and out to keep those biogas generators going. And the second thing is these new grain drying operations that are setting up. There's massive traffic that is supporting these, some might say seasonal, but it's a factor and should be considered. That's just to reinforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Mr. Hanrath has a comment, Chair.
Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee, just to address the heavy industrial, it's more of a question of our traffic counts and whether those types of vehicles are separated out. Many would, some may not. However, on roads where we know that there is a high industrial use, we would up that score slightly based on whether the count's close to meeting the threshold to go up in the point score. So it'd be one of those things to consider whenever the scoring's happening.
Any other questions? Just to sum up, the surveys will be done for the 365 days, so we capture all the different seasons that'll be on the road, correct? Director?
Yes, sorry, thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. So we typically do our counts in the spring and in the fall. However, on request, we will do an additional summer count as well.
Yes. Can you hear me now? Thank you, Taylor. Any other questions for number 4? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll now go to number 5, which is the Cross Culvert Design, United Townships of Head, Clara, and Mariah. It's on page 23. Director?
Thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee directs staff to proceed with assisting the United Townships of Head, Clara, and Mariah with the Mackey Creek Culvert Replacement Project, and that a service agreement be negotiated for the county's involvement in the project, whereby all services rendered, being staff time and equipment by the project by the county, will be recovered from the township.
Mover, please. Township of Madawaska Valley. And seconder, Councillor from Town of Renfrew.
Thank you, Chair. In the background here, this is something we're very proud of, is being able to help our partner municipalities. As you know, Head, Clara, Mariah is one of our smallest municipalities, and they came forward, needed some help with design and implementation of a cross culvert. So thankfully, the engineering team led by Mr. Hanrath are able and willing to take on this project. So that's our plan going forward, and we will negotiate a service agreement for cost recovery.
Any questions on number 5? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm very pleased, actually, that this is something that the County of Renfrew can do. I think that it has been a bit of a gap in that relationship. The challenge, I guess, and I think sorry, back up a little bit, one more step. There was also the report on the reorganization that grew out of the business case presented in 2023 that saw some upstaffing within the department that has now provided the capacity. So ultimately, that is the segue into my question, is that there is capacity to take this on. How much capacity? And I think that we just spent a considerable amount of time on the road rationalization, on community safety zone policies. So I don't think it will be a surprise to everybody to say that I think in very short order there may be more requests than capacity for said terms. Who doesn't want to save money? So I can imagine that there would have to be some kind of policy as to how that adjudication is likely to be done moving forward, should there get to a point where requests outstrip capacity. You know, and in this instance, I want to be very careful because the councillor from Head Clare-Mariah is not here, but there are a lot of us that have seen substantial increases to our levy. So when I first saw this, I went back to the County of Renfrew every September publishes the report on tax rates, tax levies, real growth, right across all 17 municipalities and inclusive of the county, the 18th municipality. So from 2015 through 2014, my own municipality's levy has doubled. The levy in the township of Head Clare-Mariah has gone up 3%. So in terms of the capacity to pay for things, I think we have to have a careful analysis of what our policy is going to be. I absolutely agree that Head Clare-Mariah is the smallest. I absolutely, if you go back to the chart that was contained in the last report, you will see that it is unchanging, the recommendation of the road network that the county maintains or owns in the township of Head Clare-Mariah. It was 0 kilometers. It is going to change to 0 kilometers. So I'm also sensitive to the fact that from that infrastructure perspective, the municipality of Head Clare-Mariah is not placing substantial burden on the levy of the County of Renfrew. But ultimately, all of these are simply the background. I am in favor of doing this, of providing this assistance to HCM. But I think it speaks to those things that I've mentioned. I think speaks to the need to, before the end of this year, go through this same thing as to what our draft policy would be that is going to provide committee and council opportunity to review, provide input, etc., because I am of a mind that demand shall outstrip supply in relatively short order. In fact, the lines may be forming as I speak.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're now on to number 6, the 2025 draft budget, and it starts on page 107.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that the draft 2025 Public Works and Engineering Department budget be forwarded to the budget workshop at the February 6, 2025 special session of County Council as presented.
Mover, please. No one wants to do that? Vaughan Valley and Renfrew Valley, please. Chair. I lost weight at lunch.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and through you to committee. I'll start out stealing from Mr. Nolan and Mr. Davis as well. So the County of Renfrew's Public Works and Engineering Department is responsible for maintaining and improving infrastructure to ensure public safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Key functions include road maintenance and construction. So our group manages 816 kilometers of county roads, including repairs, resurfacing, and snow removal. Our bridges and culverts, we inspect, maintain, and replace 252 structures to ensure safe transportation. Traffic management, we implement road signage, signals, and safety measures. And then, of course, our engineering services group do planning infrastructure, projects, roads, bridges, and culverts, repairs, replacement, and maintenance. And the why we deliver these core services is these functions support safe, efficient and sustainable public infrastructure for residents and businesses. So you'll notice that I'm using the same shoe leather, so this is a no increase budget, I'm pleased to say. I do have new socks on, but I'm wearing my old shoes, so thank you very much for that. So moving through our presentation we thought because this is committee of the whole, we would take the opportunity to just review what we do. So this is, I know you can't see that, but that is all over the county. We do projects every single year in our asset management plan. But what we thought we'd walk you through is some of the denotations that you see on the asset management plan. So when you see on your asset management plan, we're on the chart what we're doing. So if it says micro, that is a microsurface or a surface sealer. So essentially that's a maintenance item. We're just going out to extend the life of the road. We'll show you the graph in a little while that shows you how pavement management is looked after. And also microservicing, last year, the engineering group, Taylor and his team, they experimented with a product called SAMI, which is a product that you've seen if you travel Mud Lake Road just out here in Laurentian Valley. It's a fiber reinforcement put down after the tar. So as you can see from this photo here, this is the actual implementation. With that said, moving on to, with that said, SAMI also has a benchmark cost of $156,000 per kilometer. So that's the benchmark cost that the engineering group uses in our estimates. So we hope we come in on budget, or under would be great, but that is the estimate for that particular surface treatment. So not to bore you too much, but R1 is asphalt overlay, which is the correct minor surfaces. So that's what you see when we do like a skim patch at an intersection on Murphy Road or going out Round Lake Road. We did a section out there as well. And that usually costs us $283,000 per kilometer. MR1, which is mill and pave rural. So obviously the County of Renfrew has rural sections and urban sections. So this is surface rehab with no elevation increase or crossfall connections, and they put down 50 mils of asphalt. So they put down 2 inches of asphalt, and that's $310,000 a kilometer. And then MR1 urban, which is mill and pave. So this is obviously in our urban centers that have concretes on each side. So we do a surface rehabilitation with no evolution or no elevation increases. And we do small repairs to storm sewers and any concrete replacements and that sort of thing. And that costs us $334,000 a kilometer. And then moving on to R1, which is asphalt overlay plus. So this is one of the situations where you'll actually see this on Doran Road next year. We'll actually mill off a section of road, put down the SAMI treatment, which is the fiber reinforcement over with tar, and then we'll actually put brand new asphalt over the top. And that costs us $336,000 per kilometer. Pulverize and pave, PR1. So this is where we actually do a serious reconstruction of the road. We pulverize what's there, leave it in place to pave over afterwards. We use it as part of the base. That costs us $366,000 per kilometer. And then PR2, which is pulverize, pave, and 2 lifts, which is where we would pulverize the road, put down the 50 mils, and then put down 100 mils on top of it. And that's basically, we're doing a major highway like you've seen on 512 and Foymount. Again, that's a completely restructured road. And we try to catch them before they get to this stage, because now we're getting into some money, which is $506. So $500,000 per kilometer to do this. And then BNS1 is base and surface. And this is where we would actually dig down underneath the road surface and replace the road and put back additional base repairs and 2 lifts, and this costs us $428,000 per kilometer. And then base and surface plus 2 lifts, which comes up to $568,000. So again, removing all the asphalt, removing so much of the base, replacing it all, putting back 2 layers of asphalt. So basically building a new road on the existing bed, because we don't build new, as you know, we don't build new roads. We don't expand our roads. We put back what is there. When there's room, we do put paved shoulders on each side. And then MR1 urban, so mill and pave, urban plus. So this is a fresh surface. Again, there's no change to the elevation of the road. Do a little bit with reflective cracking, and again, 50 mils on top of the SAMI, and then any catch basins, manhole, and any storm repairs that we need to do. So moving on. And then we get into REC, which is rural reconstruction, one lift. So this again is we're completely removing the road, as you see from the photo there, and then replacing the base, culverts, extensive realignments, and that costs us $689,000 per kilometer. And then a rehabilitation 2, which is a rural reconstruction with two lifts of asphalt, is we go back everything you've just seen in that upper photo, but we put 2 lifts of asphalt down, and that costs us $839,000 per kilometer.
Yeah, I should.
And then urban reconstruction for nominal storm, which is REC UNS, is urban reconstruction with approximately 50% of the storm system replaced. So that costs us over $2 million. So as you can see, working in the urban costs us quite a bit more, a lot more stuff in the way, a lot more things underground. And then REC U is urban reconstruction, which is a full urban reconstruction. And that, of course, costs us $2.6 million. And that's the most asphalt we put down on a road. And obviously, there's concrete works, there's ditch work, there's storm and catch basin manhole repairs, and a number of things. And again, the final page for our, oops, sorry. I lost it. Thank you, Tina. If you could advance us one. There you go. So this here is our final cost, and this is the culvert benchmarks cost that the team uses. So just corrugated steel pipe, which is what you see on most of our roads, is $1,000 a square meter. CSP is replaced with structural plate, corrugated steel pipe, and that's $1,300. Poly is a plastic pipe that is HDPE, so it's one solid pipe, is $21,100. And box culvert, which is, you'll see from time to time, is $2,300 per square meter. FRR is a precast rigid frame culvert, and they're $3,000 a square meter. And then the replacement with open arch footings culvert is $1,800. And a liner, they do liners on occasion, which is $500 a square meter. And then the rehabilitation of a concrete culvert is $400. And then, of course, our bridge benchmark costs. Again, they're based on averages over a number of years from tenders that we receive, and this is how Taylor and his group and our consultants provide us with estimates for these projects. So, a replacement for a full bridge is $11,000 per 10 for less than 10 meters. Over 10 meters is $10,700. For greater than 40 is $77, and then less than 40 meters is $77, and then greater than 40 meters is $5,000. So there's the super rehabilitation, and then there's major rehab and minor rehab. So like a superstructure replacement, obviously, is a full bridge, and that's costing us $9,000. So, but that's how we get to our benchmark costs over the years, and then these are some of the projects that we've done over the years as well. And interestingly enough, the big one up on the top is done by our day labor crew. So we're very proud of our day labor crew, as you know. And then the opportunity to just explain to you the lifestyle management of pavement. So as you can see from the curve, where if we do nothing, the red line, obviously our pavement falls off, and then it becomes a major repair no matter what we do. So again, in the asset management plan, we follow this. So that's why you see sometimes we just do an overlay on a road, or we're just doing a fog seal, or we're just putting tar and SAMI down to extend the life cycle of pavement. So this is the pavement management life cycle that the team uses, and thankfully we've been keeping to it, and it keeps our PCI right now at 69.70. So if we continue to spend money in our asset management plan as council has, we will indeed hopefully keep our roads in reasonably safe driving conditions. So, in our 2025 season, this is the projects that we are planning on doing. Again, once provided budget approval, provided that the tenders come in as we hope. So this is County Road 2, Daniel Street in Aaron Pryor, and this is a 1.7 kilometers of road. Again, this is an urban reconstruction. So as you can see, we're going to do the surface on this road. We're going to mill it out. There will be no elevation increase. There's no crossfall corrections, and we'll end up putting down 50 mils or 50 mils or 2 inches of asphalt, and there will be some manhole and storm adjustments on this section of Daniel Street. And our next one is County Road 3, Osborne Street. So if you're familiar with driving down River Road, when you come up from McNabb Braeside, this is a connection that'll take you up to the highway. So this is on this one here is going to be 0.34 kilometers at a budget of $793,000. And from the pictures, you can see the PCI here is 34. So we are going to do urban reconstruction here, and that'll be approximately 50% of the storm system will be replaced. There will be 140 millimeters of asphalt placed on this, so 5.5 inches of asphalt, and extensive base replacement and alignments. And next up is County Road 4, Storyland Road. We hope to do 2.69 kilometers at a budget of 1.8 plus million. And again, from the photos, the PCI here ranges from 39 to 51. And we are going to do a basin surface here on a section for 2 lifts, and then we're also going to do a pulverize and pave on a section. And that will replace the surface and freshen up the base because we put the pulverized pavement as our base. So, and we will put back 4 inches of asphalt, 100 millimeters. And we will be doing some culvert stitching and shouldering. And then County Road 20 is Castlefort Road. And again, we hope to do 3.33 kilometers at a cost of 1.7 million. And again, from the photos, the PCI here is 19 to 24. And we will be doing a PR2, which is pulverized pave for 2 lifts. This will replace the surface and freshen the base. And we'll pulverize, put back 100 mils or 4 inches asphalt, and we will do some ditching and shouldering as well as for this section. Next is Doran Road in the beautiful scenic community of Petawawa. So shout out to Petawawa. From Black Bay Road to County Road 51. So 3 kilometers of road at a cost of 1.266 million. And this, of course, is a MR1 plus, MR1 Urban Plus. So this is a mill and pave. So we will remove 50 millimeters of asphalt. Actually, there's going to be a section there where we're going to put SAMI down, which is the tar and fibers, and then it'll be paved over. So there will be no change in the crossfall or of any of the elevation changes of the road. It'll go back the same as it was, and there will be some catch basin, manhole, and storm repairs because it is an urban section. And then we move on to the beautiful scenic community of Laurentian Valley. TV Tower Road and 51 is Pembroke Street West. So the plan here is a Rec 2. So we're going to do a rural reconstruction of 2 lifts of asphalt. And there's extensive base repairs here, and there's also an extensive ditching program. And you'll be happy to know that we've been in touch with both the City of Pembroke and the Township of Laurentian Valley staff to work with us on this because there are some concerns with drainage issues. So Taylor and his team are well ahead of it, and we've already reached out to the players involved. And we hope to spend 2.19 million here. Moving on to County Road 52 is Burnstown Road in the beautiful community of McNabb Braeside. So we plan on spending $2.4 million here for 7.23 kilometers of road. And this here is going to be an asphalt overlay plus. So what you'll see here is they'll put down the SAMI, and then we'll put 50 millimeters of asphalt over the top of it. So hopefully, and again, back to your pavement curves diagram, this is like the second iteration of the curve. So we're doing more maintenance to hopefully get 10 to 12 more years out of this road before we have to go back and do a major rehab. Item 64 is the Opeongo Road, and this is in the beautiful, beautiful community of Ballinshire Valley. So this is, we're planning on spending 3.67 million and doing 10.95 kilometers, and this is an R1 plus. So we're going to do asphalt overlay plus. So we're going to freshen the surface and to adjust some reflective cracking. And again, we're going to use the SAMI again. It seems to work well for us, and we're going to put 50 millimeters of asphalt over it. And I invite anyone who likes driving county roads to drive Opeongo Road because it is fantastic after 512, of course. And then moving on to Siberia Road, County Road 69, we're going to do 4.36 kilometers here at a cost of 1.7 million. Again, back to the PCI here, rates from 31 to 73, so there's going to be multiple procedures used here. So there's going to be a pulverize and pave on a couple of sections. Our day labor crew is actually going to take care of the culverts for us before the contractors get there. And then there's also another section of pulverize and paving on that section. So it's quite a bit of work to be done on 69. And then on County Road 70, which is Ruby Road, we plan on doing 3.2 kilometers at a cost of $1 million. As you can see, the PCI is 56 here, so this requires asphalt overlay, so an R1 as per our pavement management plan. So, and then Mattawatson Road, County Road 71, is this one is quite a complex, and you may want to ask Mr. Hanrath for some comments on this one. We're actually going to do some, in the background there you see where the rock cut is. We're actually going to widen that rock cut and use that rock cut to fill that causeway, because as you can see, the guard wires are actually tipping back into the river, so we're actually going to widen that causeway. So it's going to be quite a complicated project, and we're expecting to spend $1.63 million on it. And then on County Road 508 and 52, there's a couple of different projects going there, 1.38 on 508 and 0.56 on 52. And the budget here is $698,000 for 508 and $292,000 for 52. And the plan is to do an MR1R and a U plus PR2, which is an urban mill and pave and a pulverize and pave 2 lifts. So 2 different projects going here and 2 different treatments for the pavement. And then moving on to 512, which we're continuing on, is 4.27 kilometers at 1.9 million. And we're going to do a PR2 and a BNS2, which is a pulverize and pave for 2 lifts. And we're also going to do a base and surface for 2 lifts. So there's 2 different treatments going on here. And won't be much left of 512 to do after that, after we get to the next section, which is 512 from Silver Lake Road to Highway 41. So 7.65 kilometers, 2.8 million for a total of so the improvement types are PR2 and R1, which is pulverize and pave, which is PR2, and R1 is a rural reconstruction. So you'll see 100 millimeters of asphalt on the PR2, and you'll see 50 millimeters of asphalt on the R1 sections. And then we move on to our structures. So this year we're going to be in the Waba Creek Bridge in the township of McNabb Braeside. This is a 10.5 meter long bridge, so it's $450,000, and this is a minor rehabilitation. So what they'll do is they'll remove the asphalt, replace with waterproofing, patch concrete deck, and patch the substrate and waterproof and paved deck and approach works. So this is going to be a staged construction, so it'll only be 1 lane closed at a time. Again, we would prefer to close the road and do it in one shot, but apparently that don't work for the residents most of the time. So it costs us more to do it this way, but it works better for the residents in the area. Combermere Bridge. We'll talk about that in a little bit. This is obviously in beautiful Combermere in Township Madawaska Valley. It's a 73.4 meter bridge. It's $2.5 million. This bridge has historic significance because it was the first curved bridge in Ontario, or in Eastern Ontario, I believe. Might be in all of Ontario. Yeah, so it has some historic significance. We will talk about it later. It did go for tender, so we did budget 2.5, and it didn't quite come in at that, so we'll have to chat a little bit. Our next bridge is the Lombard Culvert, and this is on Rudy Road, 0.5 kilometers south of County Road 5 in the township of Abbotston-Bromley, and we're going to spend $250,000 here, and we're going to replace the existing SPC SPA. So we're going to put in a similar polymer coated liner in it, or similar coated pipe. And then structure C134 on Campbell Drive Road. Actually, our day crew put this in last year, and we're just going back to finish it up this year. So the budget is $60,000. They need to add riprap and do some minor rehabilitation of slope stabilization. So yeah, we're quite proud of the day crew, as you know. And then on C136, which is the Robinson Twin Pipes, we plan on spending $30,000 here, and we're going to replace with a similar sized polymer coated corrugated steel pipe. So what you see there, but it'll be coated inside. And this again will be staged construction to alternating traffic. And then Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam. So this is in Forester Falls. This is going to be a $5.5 million project. We are actually going to remove the entire structure, replace the structure, and the dam is actually going to be replaced with a weir. So the water level stays the same in the creek, and the falls maintain the falls. So, and we're anticipating closing this road for 6 months because there's no other way around it. So we do apologize to the residents of Forester Falls right now already. So, but anyways, that's Brooms Creek. And then in McLeod's Culvert, C330, we plan on spending $200,000 fold and form cure in place spray and liner. So we have a contractor that comes in and just puts a liner inside of this for us. The existing pipes will hold it. So, and that's a cost-saving measure, and it actually works quite well for us. And these are the structures in 2025 that are planned for engineering. So for those of you that have been on council for years and years and years, we didn't have the engineering done prior to budget. So we'd end up putting in a holder number, and then we'd get our engineering done and find out that our estimate was either way under or way over. So our goal, Taylor and his team's goal right now, is to have the engineering pre-done, so we'll actually have tighter estimates for when we go to tender. So and for budget. So that's our goal, but we'll see how it goes, because we've already been fooled. And then in the 2025 capital purchases, so we're actually going to purchase one portable flagger unit. We're going to get 3 new light-duty trucks. We will ask for pricing on electric truck and also on hybrid trucks. So we'll put it in there as an option for the dealers, just to see where they lie right now, but the opportunity to modernize and green the fleet a little bit is there for us. We will get 1 medium truck. 2 more plow trucks are in the slate for replacement. 1 loader, 1 hydrovac trailer. I'm not sure, but I'm sure all council knows that we now have fiber basically all over the county, and in a number of communities they didn't really go out to the fence line where they were supposed to be. So even for us now, putting a stop sign in that was knocked over, we have to obviously make sure that we don't strike any fiber optics. So this unit will be used for that. We need 1 more enclosed trailer. These are replacement units, by the way. The hydrovac trailer and the flagger unit are the only new items that we're looking at. 3 sweeper attachments and 1 backhoe attachment. And that's our capital purchase for our capital equipment. And then from then, Mr. Daniel or Mr. Burke will take over to walk you through the rest of our. Is there any questions on? Yes, Chair. Oh, don't forget, turn your mic on.
Yes, Councillor Rear, please.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. A lot of information there. It's not in our package. I'm wondering if we can get a copy of that, or maybe I missed it in the package. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Mayor.
Thank you for that, because I was looking through this computer trying to find it, and I can't find it. So thank you for that. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Perkins. And I think it was the Waba Creek bridge culvert. I cannot recall what the structure was, but ultimately the initial intent was to close the vehicular traffic. In the event that was not done, it's going to be approached on a lane-by-lane basis. And yeah, so the cost of $450,000. What would the cost have been with a full closure, and what was the anticipated timeline of the closure?
Oh, thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor from Edmonton Bromley. I'll defer to Mr. Hanrat.
If I may, Chair, through you to the Councillor from Edmonton Bromley. On this particular structure, we didn't ask them to do a separate design and cost estimate for a road closed scenario, just because it would have been a lengthy detour. Typically, you could see an increase of about 25% on the construction cost due to staging, sometimes more, depending on the structure.
Follow-up then, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering, do we have a specific definition of a lengthy detour? The reason I'm asking is because there was the Butler Road Bridge, that was closed for quite a lengthy period, June through November, I believe, in Admaston Brumley in 2024, which, and length is often measured in time rather than distance in Canada, particularly in the Ottawa Valley. So it may not have been a particularly long kilometer distance, but when one was pulling around Baylor with a tractor from one farm to another that heretofore may have taken 15 minutes and now was taking an hour and a half, that's lengthy. So how do we define a lengthy detour?
Through you, Chair. On that particular structure, the reason it was closed was due to the width of the bridge. The rehabilitation couldn't be done staged because they had to cut into the sides of the bridge. There wasn't enough space to leave an open lane. So in structures like that, we're somewhat stuck. Similar for Brooms Creek, if we could stage that, we would, given the length of the project, but because of the width and the fact that we're taking out the bridge completely, there are certain projects where we simply can't stage, though we do aim for it where it's possible.
Just as a final then, Mr. Chair, thank you. So there are certain constraints, and I know the same is so of the act of transportation. There are certain roadways that will not provide enough space to have a wider paved sector. But in this instance, I think that there is still a value there because ultimately the lower tier input is essential in arriving at the decision, but I think that a financial cost. So again, it might be worth, in fact, I'm going to back up, it would be worth developing a policy on how we are going to do these things. If at 25% on 450,000 is not an enormous amount, but if we're talking about a $4 million bridge, 25% is a lot of money for that. So I think that it probably is essential that we, as that in that policy, it does have to give weighting to input from the lower tier municipality. There's a host of these structures. But ultimately, I think that we have to nail down what is a lengthy detour and for how long in the season. Any of the urban communities here are aware. I know that Warden Emo is probably very sensitive to this. There's been an incredible amount of rehabilitation, both of your main street and one secondary street immediately adjacent to the main street. There is no way of doing that without disrupting businesses, commercial enterprise, and in fact, homes. But it's necessary just the same. So I think that it's important that we have that policy that provides substantial guidance on how much is the cost to us to provide for a unhindered access versus the opposite.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, noted. Also to your point, we do meet with your road supervisors and directors of public works and stuff, so they know what work is coming ahead. So we do plan for those as well. And there has been times in the past when we should have closed bridges, but we didn't. So. Yeah.
Or apparently what work isn't coming ahead, as I'm to understand.
Yeah, possibly. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner-Cervelli, please.
But respectfully, in the town of Renfrew, emergency services can get to you. This could mean the difference between life and death with emergency services.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. You earlier mentioned that if a road has paved shoulders, that those paved shoulders will go back. And I know the county has a paved shoulder policy, and you don't need to answer this now, but you can send it to me later. But of all the new road projects that don't have paved shoulders presently, are any of those getting added?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to the councillor from Petawawa. Our paved road shoulder policy states that anywhere that the road width can sustain an extra meter or an extra 0.5 of a meter, we actually do it. So that's included in our benchmark cost for rural reconstruction. So we do hardened shoulders wherever we can. Now, again, back to what I said earlier, we do not change the road base. So if the road is only 7 meters wide and we need 8 meters to put the paved shoulders, we do not expand the road base. So at this point, maybe later in life, council will look back at it again, but it's very expensive to replace the road itself and make a new base to accommodate the shoulders. But any of the projects you've seen here today, anywhere that it is possible, they're included.
Supplemental?
Sort of supplemental. It's about something else. Thank you, Chair, through you. Just about the Brooms Creek structure with the dam, and I'm sure this was all considered and all the environmental considerations were taken into place. But was it considered that because this dam is not producing power, really doesn't have a meaningful, well, maybe it has a meaningful purpose, but was there ever a thought that we should just get rid of the dam and let the water flow?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor from Petawawa, for the very poignant and easy question to answer. We had public engagements with the residents of Whitewater and with Whitewater staff as well, and it was decided that it was there was a number of concerns with the turtle population, with removing of the dam. Once we did an actual lawyer inquest into who owned the property, the dam was actually inside the county's right-of-way. We did consider removing the dam. It's functionally much cheaper for the county of Renfrew, but in consultation with the Whitewater public and the Forester Falls group that we met with, was not an option. So, and I'll defer to Mr. Hanrath for he's got some follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, just for further information, so there was a full environmental assessment, Schedule C, done looking at removing the dam. Public input was that they wished for the dam to be replaced like for like. And then environmentally as well, the dam has been there for 150 years and has created a head pond upstream, which creates a warm water fish habitat. And then downstream from the dam is a cold water fish habitat. So removing the dam removes one of those now established habitats. Additionally, removing the dam would have required extensive work on the upstream end to ensure stability of the slopes of the banks of the head pond and stream. One of the key concerns of the environmental consultant was that there's lead of clay in the area, so draining the stream and not keeping a close enough eye as it drains could potentially cause liquefaction and the erosion of the banks inward as well. So all of these were taken into consideration in the final decision to replace the dam as well.
Councillor Donahue, please.
So in your remark, in Mr. Perkins' remarks, Mr. Chair, I think he had suggested in kind of arrive at the ownership of the dam. He didn't precisely say who owned the dam, but said it was on County of Renfrew property. So who owns the liability of the dam?
Yes, through a search through our legal group, the county of Renfrew is responsible for this dam. This is our dam. It's in our right of way. There's a whole bunch of, like, we had photos of the original mill that was there and the original owners, and anyways, it came back that it was in our right of way, and so we now take responsibility for it.
So we didn't buy a zoo.
We bought a dam.
Warden, please.
You may have misspoke, but I believe you meant the county of Renfrew as opposed to the town of Renfrew owning the dam?
We would like to pass it off to the town of Renfrew, but thank you. No, it is the county of Renfrew's.
And if we're not mistaken, there was an issue with the property owner on one side of that dam as well, which we don't have to go to. Thank you. Any other questions on that before I summarize? One of the questions I had was last year we had a fiber optics or something that we put over top of roads previous to the pre-op. And it was expensive stuff. There was only 2 companies that made this stuff down south. It was an experimental last year, and I'm wondering if we're going to continue this year.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll defer to Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. So that is the SAMI treatment that Mr. Perkins had identified. So we are using it under a number of overlays this year. We don't have any surface sealers proceeding this year, but we anticipate using it in the future. It's been somewhat successful, and we'd like to continue monitoring Mud Lake Road, for instance, to ensure that the surface sealer does act as intended as well.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, all those in favor of the report? Oh, sorry. We're waiting for Daniel, Mr. Burkett. That 2 o'clock timeline, we're not going to make it.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, sir. Fine. Just one comment before Mr. Burke starts. There'll be, at the end of his presentation, he'll be making other comments, just to remind you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. So, carrying on from Director Perkins' very detailed presentation, this will go considerably faster. There's not too many departments inside Public Works. So our first one, beginning with, is our administration department. So that's 5.5 staff, again, 1/2 of an AA shared with development property. And no major changes to note inside that department. Our capital works department, so that's 4 full-time staff, as well as 3 engineering technicians who work in the summer only. And again, there's a line there called infrastructure management, a bit of a catch-all line. So it has some bridge inspections, some DCS rehab, the transportation master plan final pieces, some money for environmental assessments, and then a couple other miscellaneous items. For the maintenance department, so this would be your snow plowing and brushing primarily, and pothole filling. So this is the staff for 4 patrol yards. So each patrol has 1 supervisor and 6 operators, and then we have 1 sign shop fabrication operation. So the recoveries, we have a little bit of sign shop recoveries, as well as the insurance claims off of the damage to our property from vehicle accidents. And the largest and most variable item in there is, of course, winter control, your sand and salt budget. So for a few years now, anyways, we've done that off of a 5-year average plus an inflation. So essentially, it can shift considerably depending on the type of winter you have. We're just averaging it over 5 years. In terms of your equipment department, so this is where we have 3 mechanics, and there's also a cost share allocation to paramedic service for 1/3 of that mechanic time. We have those costs for fuel that get capitalized inside of our road construction crew, as well as a number of capital purchases on the just equipment side. We won't go through them because Director Perkins already spent some time going through them. In terms of housing, so the buildings and sites where we house our 4 patrols, Whitewater, Cobden, Goshen, and the Southwest Patrol. There's a couple items in there for capital repairs to those sites. So some new garage doors in Cobden, a new HVAC unit on the Cobden Patrol building, some foundation repairs, another HVAC unit in Whitewater, and then the Whitewater parking lot. And then the Trails department. So committee will recall that Trails was moved from D&P into Public Works last year. So this has 1 full-time staff member. It has what we'll call core maintenance expense account for the brushing and the repair components of our gates and stone dusting and that type of thing. It also then has what we're calling development costs, which is the remainder of the expansion up to Bissett Creek. So that's stone dusting, signage, and gates. That will take us all the way to the Bissett Creek Bridge. The funding inside that, so our arrangement with CP Rail is for their last parcels of land related to the trail that have yet to be transferred. Presuming that occurs in 2025, we will issue a $3.5 million donation receipt to CP Rail, along with $35,000 in cash, and then we will own the entire length of the Algonquin Trail. There is 1 grant for active transportation, which covers 60% of our costs for our stone dusting program that remains. And then we also have some lease agreements for rights of way and signage that's on the trail, and a few other miscellaneous revenue amounts. In Algonquin Trail, we are using reserve transfers to cover those portions of the development and capital costs that are not funded by our agreement, either through the donation receipt or the active transportation grant. And so that amounts to reserve transfers of $1.9 million transferred into the Algonquin Trail. Capital projects for the trail are the remaining land transfer at $3.5 million, the CN line transfer, which should only be the legal costs associated with that transfer, about $10,000. The portion of the trail that relates to the Mississippi Conservation Authority at $30,000, as well as 3 structure rehabilitations for $350,000. And then lastly, in Public Works, on the expense side, we have our capital program. So we have our own construction crew whose costs we capitalize with the assets that they build themselves, as well as the construction we procure from local contractors. It totals $37 million of linear asset construction, which Director Perkins went through in some detail. Just to point out, our capital construction crew is 6 full-time staff, and then it expands by another 4 for the summer contract workers. Funding comes from the Canada Community Building Fund, what was gas tax, at $2.8 million. The OCIF fund, which is $2 million, and that's the fund we're struggling with because for the second year in a row it has had its 15% decline. That is the maximum decline allowable under the funding formula. So we're still struggling with that new revised formula for OCIF that factors in the functionally the future costs of your construction as opposed to historical costs. And we have been negatively impacted by that for the second year in a row. And then there's a little bit of miscellaneous revenue received under the Aggregate Resources Act. And with that, that concludes Public Works budget overview in a nutshell.
Thank you, Daniel. To make this a little bit simpler, we'll go back to page 107 and then work our way back to the end point, so we have questions at that point. So on page 109, it's the Operations Committee, Public Works, Capital Works. Questions? Page 109 is Operation Public Works Maintenance. 109, oh, we have a question.
Apologies, it is 109, but it is the equipment. I don't know if there was any hands on the maintenance. I'll go ahead then. Just a couple of questions. I note, I think it's about the 6th or 7th line, vehicle operating costs insurance. It's a little bit like a unicorn. I have not yet encountered where insurance has dropped. Is it actually dropped, or is it simply reallocated to some other element within Public Works?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it has in fact dropped. So our insurance renewal is happening currently. It's an annual renewal, and it usually takes into January to know it for sure. So our method across the entire corporation has always been to take last year's known renewal and add a percentage. In this case, this current year, we've added 3% to every insurance value as it was paid. So it has dropped from last year's budget. We have inflated last year's actual vehicle insurance by 3%, assuming that that's what our renewal comes back in. But that is correct. Our budget last year for automobile insurance was significantly over our actual cost incurred.
Thank you. On the same chart, Mr. Chair, just kind of curious how we have or what is considered vehicle operating revenue?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that would be the fuel costs associated with the equipment usage inside the construction crew, which actually is reallocated over to the construction costs and then capitalized and funded out of reserves functionally.
It's an odd view of revenue, but that's the way it's expressed.
Thank you.
Any other questions for page 109? 110 is the Operations Committee Public Works Equipment. Councillor Service, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I know this question has been raised in the past in terms of upper tier and lower tier sharing resources, let's say. And I don't want to get too deep into it right now, but there's some purchases here that I see perhaps lower tier municipalities being able to use or borrow. But I know there's some concern, the Herb Woodley factor, Dagwood Bumstead's neighbor, who never returned things, or they were always broken. So I know there is some concern when it comes to that, and I don't think I'm really asking a question here, but I'm just throwing it out there for consideration that would something like that be considered?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the councillor from Petawawa. Actually, we do have a loan program. We've actually loaned out our plow trucks, our spare plow truck. Also, part two of that is we offer all of our partner municipalities to join in on tenders with us. One time you used to be able to get bulk buying and get better pricing, but unfortunately that doesn't come through anymore, but we still do offer it. But yes, we've loaned a number of things. Our reflectometer, for example, for taking the reflectivity of your road signs. Plow trucks, we just entered an agreement with McNabb Braeside. Thankfully they fixed their truck before they needed ours. But no, we certainly will entertain anything that the hydrovac trailer I think is going to be very beneficial to everyone in the county. So hopefully we'll see some cross-pollination and some work with other municipalities in that.
We'll continue on. Page 110 is the Operations Committee Public Works Housing. 111 is the Operation Committee Public Work Trails. Yes, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So highlighted in here is the charitable donation on, I believe this is the last installment on this process, but it strikes me that we've had the last installment for several years now. And I'm wondering if we're getting closer actually to signing off on the final installment and or what are the headwinds or the what is impeding us concluding the acquisition?
Daniel?
Through you, Chair, I ask that question myself every year, so I'll pass that off.
Well, we can say that it went from development property to operations, so it's a work in progress. But I'll turn it over to Director Perkins. Oh, Jason?
Thank you very much. And much longer than anticipated. I think I mentioned this before. When you trying to finalize the last tranche of property parcels, before I think a year and a half ago, I was here in this council chambers talking about the same thing. Working with, I'm going to use the keywords, working with the Ontario Surveyor General to ensure we have the most cost-effective way to create a survey. What we're trying to do and trying to get the approval from the province is the use of compiled plans. It's a desktop exercise where we do compiled plans at much reduced cost than doing surveys. We do have a quote to do surveys if required, and it's exponentially high. As of recently, as yesterday, we've talked to our surveyor. The province has not given us and the surveyor the green light as of yet to use the use of compiled plans. We're still hopeful, but working with Lee and Taylor, we'll come to a point to bring this back to committee to see to move this forward. To answer your questions, we will move forward. We will have a solution. It's a matter of where the costs are going to be, and our game plan is still, like last year, this year, as much as we can, to be finalized in 2025 for these transfers.
Supplemental?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It just strikes me, and there is a solution. One is much more financially palatable than the other. I'm just wondering if this is still outstanding. This would seem to me to be another avenue or opportunity for a delegation, perhaps with both. I'm not sure if this is Consumer and Commercial Affairs or what the Ontario Ministry may be now with respect to surveys and lands. But certainly I would engage the rural affairs, etc. Like this, and I understand. I think I understand. The compilation would be to utilize existing surveys that would by default define in places that engage in our own specific one to define these lands. So ultimately, the intent here is to have a contiguous trail that is going to be part of the Canada Trail network, or Trans-Canada Trail network, that to do so at the least expenditure of finances, it seems to be in everybody's interests. So if nothing is moving forward on this, as I said, I mean, on the journey to acquire this, I'm thinking any day we're going to see a road sign that says eternity 5 minutes away. So I think that perhaps if this remains outstanding by the time the AMO conference rolls around, it might be an avenue for exploring as a delegation.
Thank you. That's been noted. Any other questions for page 110? We'll move on to 112, which is the Operations Committee, Public Works Capital Construction. And I'm not recognizing Whitewater, but Councillor from Whitewater, please.
It's that same smiling face. Just a question, not specific to the budget. I appreciate the presentation. I just was linking this up in my mind to the DMP report that we had a while back, talking about a possible MSC that would take a look at construction. This is almost set up similar to what you're talking about. A small group of staff that manage millions and millions of dollars of construction, except for housing specific. Good. I just wanted to make sure I could correlate that. Thank you.
No other questions? That sums up that. Now for Daniel's summation, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just thank you for the last today as well as last council meeting. That concludes our detailed presentation of the budget. So this being the last meeting before our budget workshop, which is February 6th, next Thursday, I believe. We'll have a couple of comments, I guess. The first is that the budget workshop will very likely look much different from last year's in that you've all heard all aspects of the budget. There's no point in us going through this 140 slide deck again. So it will likely be very much more focused on the workshop. What are the decisions? What were those enhancements? What were those suggested reductions? So with that, we have the ones that came from staff. If any councillor would like to see something, it would be better if you could reach out to us and we could price it now and we can do our background research and have it ready for you. Happy to have all that ready, but we would prefer to know in advance of the meeting so we can do that background work. The second item is we will attempt to make our adjustments for yesterday's announcements as best we are able to accommodate them into next Thursday's workshop. So we will take that away, digest what was the windfall we received yesterday, I guess is a way to say it, and what that does to us. Those are my only comments, Mr. Chair, and with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hearing the draft report, which was number 6, we had a mover and a seconder. Any other comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. At the request of Bonnechere Valley, we'll have a 10-minute break. Thank you. Thank you, and we'll call the meeting back to order. We're now on page 4, number 7, Community Safety Zone, County Road 63, Stewartville Road. Director, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw designating County Road 63, Stewartville Road, between civic address 1164 and 175 meters south of civic address 1164, Township of McNabb Braeside, as a community safety zone. I believe there's a typo there, but essentially it's in front of the school that's there on Stewartville Road.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor McKenzie and Councillor Service. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor. Oh, we have a comment. Councillor McKenzie, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very brief. Just want to give full acknowledgement that we are still developing the policy, and this is perhaps a bit premature, but being that it's in front of a school zone, I think it's a reasonable assumption that school zones will be included in the upcoming policy. Thank you.
Councillor Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm the director, but thanks. I aspire to be a councillor one of these days.
Raise and pay.
Yeah. If you, my grandfather would say, is you could pay me what I think I'm worth and sell me for what I am worth would be a big difference. The background here is obviously we did receive a resolution from McNabb Braeside for a community safety zone in front of the McNabb Public School. County staff did do research on this one, and we are in support of this due to the location of the elementary school. And the effect of the community safety zone, as alluded to earlier, would be the doubling of fines under the Highway Traffic Act.
Any other questions? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll now go on to number 8, the Community Safety Zone, County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard. Director?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw designating County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, between civic address 2271, Petawawa Boulevard, and Elkie Road as a community safety zone.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Watt. Councillor Brose. Director?
Thank you, Chair. The councillor from Petawawa will be speaking to this in a moment, just to give you a heads up. A resolution was received from the town of Petawawa requesting that the county of Renfrew implement a community safety zone in front of Pine View Public School. County staff did do research into this and are in support of this location due to its proximity to an elementary school. And again, the effect of a CSAD would be to a doubling of the highway traffic fines in that area.
Councillor Service.
Director Perkins spoiled my surprise. Thank you, Chair, and through you. The town of Petawawa would like to request just a slight amendment to this recommendation, if we could. What you see in front of you is they've asked, and again, this policy is still a draft, but there is a 1 kilometer minimum right now. So what Director Perkins and his staff has done is taken Pine View School and gone 500 meters on each side. But there is a maximum, and again, this is still a draft, but Town of Petawawa would like to request to extend the community safety zone just slightly to include the Radke Road intersection and to go past the Swanch Road intersection as well. So the new addresses that we're proposing would be 2175 Petawawa Boulevard to the east and 2427 Petawawa Boulevard to the west, which is the old gun shop, or if you've been around a while, the old weigh scale for the Trans-Canada Highway. Reasoning being the average volume of traffic on this road is 12,000 cars a day. There are still some children who cross that boulevard, walk down Airport Road, and cross the boulevard at the Radke Road intersection to get to Pine View School. We have, in recent years, passed a new ATV bylaw that allows ATVs to cross Radke Road onto the Algonquin Trail as well. So with all of that pedestrian and extra ATV traffic, plus the vehicular traffic, we'd just like to request that that community safety zone be extended a bit to capture all of those pedestrians, ATVs,
Thank you, Chair. If I may, we require a motion from the member and a seconder, and then we can make the adjustment.
So I was going to the CEO to see if we can make this a friendly amendment. No. Has to be a new amendment?
When we spoke with this, through you, Chair, when we spoke about this, this is a little more, it's a change of policy. The policy, draft policy, I get it, is 500 meters. This extends past that. So we'd rather a motion because it is outside of the scope of the current draft policy. So it's a motion to increase the distance on this particular request, and then vote on the amended motion. So you need 2 votes.
So
I would like to make a motion.
Yes, and
to extend the community safety zone to the 2 new proposed addresses, 2175 Petawawa Boulevard and 2427 Petawawa Boulevard, which is approximately 1.7 kilometers.
So if I'm correct, it says that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw designating County Road 51 Petawawa Boulevard between civic address 2175 Petawawa Boulevard to 2427 Petawawa Boulevard West. Is that correct?
Well, that would be the amended motion. Sorry, I'm going to chime in. That would be the amended motion. The actual motion that Councillor Services is adding is that to increase the community safety zone from the addresses here to 2175 Petawawa Boulevard to 2427 Petawawa Boulevard.
Okay.
And then vote on that change.
We have a motion from Councillor Service. We need a seconder. Warden, any discussion on that? Yes, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just through you to Councillor Service. So there was a very specific request here from the town of Petawawa for the community safety zone. It did leave, in fact, vacant. It did recognize that Pineview School was the locus of where the community safety zone is. My only question is, so this letter, I believe, this was from a motion of your council or the councilors lower tier council. This request is also consistent with the will of the lower tier council as well, because that has, when we have done these things, they've been predicated upon the request from the town. I recognize the timing of this. This is much more expedited for your worship to bring this forward from your lower tier community. But this is the will of your council as well.
In the interim that we received, that the county received our letter, and then that we received the county's proposal of those Oakley Street and the address, we have not had the chance to have a council meeting, but in discussions with the Director of Public Works and the CAO, that is our wish.
I'm not up to speed on all the procedural bylaws, but if we never got a request from the township with their approval, then I don't think we can.
Sir, I believe to you, the members sitting in this room are also acting on behalf of the county of Renfrew. And if this council member is making a motion to extend this, recognizing the community, that is still fair and game. It's still fair game to do so. And the community, going back, if he goes back to his own council after seeing the final draft of this, saying this is the community safety zone, and his community objects, then I'm sure they can come back and say no.
Okay. Councillor Murphy?
This is a county road. We're voting on a county road, so Councillor Service, as he sits here, is well within his rights to bring a motion if he can find a seconder for a county road.
Yes.
Yes.
But there was a letter from the township on this matter.
Yeah.
So we're acting on that as well. So
sorry.
We have a mover, Councillor Service, we have a seconder. Any other comments?
And if I may, Chair, just so committee is aware that when these requests do come in, there was no distances asked for in the request. So what our technician does, Mr. Kuyak, is the minimum distance for a community safety zone is 1 kilometer. The maximum is 2.5. So in this situation here, we took Pineview as the center and went 500 meters each side. So from now on, I will be more aware to request from the community where they would like within the 2.5 kilometers.
Councillor Service.
If it would make things simpler and more, I don't want to say more above board, but I don't know how timely this is to get this request in. I can wait until the next council meeting and get a letter if you wish. No?
It's on the floor. We have a motion, we have a seconder, and we're moving on. We have one last comment.
To be clear, our policy for this and the speed limits has been at the request of the lower tier municipalities. So if we're doing this, and I'm fine with doing this, I cannot imagine that this is contrary to what the will of the council for the town of Petawawa would have. But ultimately what it is saying then is that I can now at a future meeting introduce a request on my own behalf that I don't need a letter from the lower tier municipality. Just wanted to put that out there, that this is now precedent, that as a councillor on the council for the county of Renfrew, I am within my rights to make a request for a community safety zone without having had direction from my lower tier.
Any final comments, CAO? No?
I don't have the policy directly in front of me, sir.
We're back to the vote. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That leaves me, we go back to number 8 again, because we've amended, we have a new motion, correct? So we're going to defeat number 8 at this point? Or we're just leaving it as it is? We had a mover and seconder for it. So could we have a vote on the amended motion, please? We're just going yes or no, right? Those in favor? Right. Opposed? Carried. So I'm a bit confused, only because it takes me a little bit to do this. We passed the amended one, and now we've gone back to the original one, and we've passed that as well. So you've got two motions on the same thing being passed. Can't do that.
No, you had, sorry, sir, you had a motion to begin with, right?
Yes.
You didn't vote on that.
Right.
There's another motion, the top, the first one, right? So it was an amended motion. You voted on the amended motion. Everybody agreed to that. So that amended motion goes back to, now the original motion becomes that amended motion with the new addresses in it. And now that is the amended motion to be voted upon.
And we've done that. We're doing that now?
You're doing that now.
Okay.
No, you have not voted for, I don't believe he's asked in favor. You did? Okay.
So that's where I got a little bit off track. We did the amendment, then the amendment goes back to the first one, and we pass that again as amended. Okay. Unfortunately, what I was doing, I was reading the original.
If I might, Mr. Chair, just on procedure. So there was a mover and a seconder for the original motion, but it probably would have been advisable to have said, are they now prepared to continue to move and second as amended? Because the first resolution that was before the council was the one that was written here. Then we approved a motion to amend. Typically it would be, do I have a mover for the amended motion? The motion as amended. The original mover and seconder moved the original motion. They did not move the amended motion.
So, having resolved that, we're going to go to number 9, which is posted. Number 9, posted speed limits, County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard. Director?
Thank you, Chair. And through you to committee, the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize speed limits to reduce the posted speed limit on County Road 51, which is Petawawa Boulevard, between Beeline Road and Selkie Drive from 80 kilometers an hour to 70 kilometers an hour, and that bylaw 824 is hereby repealed.
Mover and seconder. Councillor Yan. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. And some background here is we did receive a request from the town of Petawawa that we investigate if we could, if the speed limit could be lowered upon review by staff using the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines for reviewing of posted speed limits. The results are attached for your information. And the spreadsheet indicated that a 70-kilometer-an-hour posted speed limit is warranted for the subject section.
Questions or comments? Councillor Donahue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this would be perceived as a friendly amendment. I'll defer to the warden on that. The last 3 words of the resolution is hereby repealed. I would highly recommend that that be changed to be repealed, that we strike is hereby and replace it with the words be. Ultimately, if a resolution contains the word is hereby, then we are doing it. If we adopt this, we are doing it. We do not have the authority to do that. What we are recommending is that council approve that and that council hereby repeal.
So,
recommending that council repeal bylaw. We are not repealing it. It says is hereby repealed. If in fact we vote in favor of that, we are ostensibly repealing it with our vote.
I'm over to the CEO on this one for grammatical. I got grade 11.
I'm not going to fight grammar today, sir.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment by Councillor Donahue to change the words is hereby to be. Could we have a seconder to that?
There's no, I think that's just a friendly amendment. Councillor Donahue was suggesting a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Myself, I would agree that be hereby repealed because it does go towards county council, and I would agree that that's where the final decision is county council. But you may want to poll your peers, sir.
Questions or comments on the friendly amendment? Seeing none? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. When I see Councillor Doncaster in the back room, moving on to number 10, dedicate lands as part of the public road allowance, County Road 48, Magnesium Road. Director?
Thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to dedicate Part 4 on Plan 49R-6658 in the geographical township of Ross, Township of Whitewater Region as part of the County Road 48 Magnesium Road Public Road Allowance.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Wilner, Councillor Mayville. Director?
Thank you, Chair. The background is there for you. This is was in order to reestablish public road frontage for a private lot. When they did a title search on it, it was found that the property wasn't transferred at the time of road realignment. So this is basically we're cleaning up some land.
Any questions or comments to the recommendation? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're on to number 11. Stop up, close, and convey County Renfrew surplus land, County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard. Director?
Thank you again, Chair, and through you to committee. That the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey the land located within part of Lot 9, Range B and C, described as Part 2 on Plan 49R-20817 in the town of Petawawa to Kevin Holm for the sum of $6,000.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Murphy, Councillor Nicholson. Questions or comments? Does the $6,000 include HST and GST when we do land? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Number 12, stop up, close, and convey County of Renfrew surplus land, County Road 62, Cumbermere Road. Director?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. That the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey land located within part of Lots 1 and 2, Concession 6 on Plan 49R-20797 in the geographical township of Radcliffe Township of Madawaska Valley, to Cameron Kent Waddington for the sum of $1,485.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Service, Councillor Watt. Comments, Director?
Backgrounds there for your, this is a section of road on Combermere Highway that was leftover lands from when the highways owned it, so the gentleman actually wanted to obtain the land.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. On to 13, Renfrew County Weed Inspector. Director?
Thank you, Chair, and again through you to committee. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to appoint Mr. Weckworth, Operations Coordinator, as Weed Inspector for the County of Renfrew, and that bylaw 5123 be hereby repealed.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Murphy, Warden. Information, Director?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. With the recent retirement of our operations manager, the weed inspector position was left open, so Mr. Weckworth stepped up to take that also on as his duties as coordinator. So we do appreciate that.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Number 14 is the rehabilitation of county structure B145 and Combermere Bridge. Director?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. The recommendation here is that pending budget approval, the Operations Committee recommends that County Council approve contract PWC 2025-46 as submitted by Urban Link Civil Limited of Beamsville, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of county structure B145 Combermere Bridge, located on County Road 62, Combermere Road, Township of Madawaska Valley, in the amount of $3,349,500 plus applicable taxes, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the contract.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Burrows, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. And the background here is, as committee will recall, a similar tender submission was presented in November of 2024 and recommended that it be retendered, with the project stretching over a 2-year period to reduce the cost of liquidated damages and to ensure adequate conditions for cleaning and coating of the steel components. An updated request for tenders was issued for the rehabilitation of County Road B145, Combermere Bridge, located on County Road 62, Combermere Road, approximately 0.5 kilometers south of County Road 515 in the Township of Madawaska Valley. The tenders that were received are below, the submissions are below, 7 different tenders. The financial implications here are the pre-approved portion of the 2025 capital budget includes funds in the amount of $2.5 million for the rehabilitation of county structure B145. A comparison of the 2025 pre-approved budget and the project costs is provided in the table below. The updated request for tenders saved approximately $127,632.54 on the overall project budget. However, the lowest tender cost and the overall project budget are still significantly over the approved budget. There is no anticipation that cost savings could be realized if the project were to be deferred to a future year and retendered, and the bridge would continue to deteriorate in that time, creating greater needs. Staff will monitor the overall 2025 capital program variance as projects continue to be tendered. If required, staff will present options for consideration to meet the overall 2025 capital budget at a future meeting.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in...
No, sorry.
Sorry, we do have one. Yes, Councillor Donahue.
I'm always open on this wing, Councillor
I was looking at the people upstairs.
I'm sure I have a straight shot at the net. Thank you very much. A couple of questions on this, and I'll put them both out there. The first one is, so is this in fact now going to be spread over 2 years? The second question is, and it is contained, Council can find the initial report from November's, I think is on page 5 of today. And when we visited, when the committee visited this back in November, it was suggested that it was felt that significant savings could be found. Now, there could be just how we each define significant. This is about 4%, which is not nothing, but I'm assuming that the savings fell short of what we thought we might be able to do. So given that, and given that we have to move forward, have we done an analysis of what is the continuing challenge of why this is substantially higher than what the initial estimate was?
Thank you,
Taylor?
Chair, and through you to Mr. Hanrath for details.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Councillor from Admaston Brumley. So our design consultant has identified that a number of items were underestimated from them initially compared with what was submitted in the tenders. In particular, the steel costs, they had significantly underestimated, as well as site works. They attribute this primarily to contractors seeing steel rising going forward, as well as the relatively remote location of the structure in comparison with a lot of these major bridge contractors. Unfortunately, I don't have more info than that on why it came in over what the consultant estimate provided was. And yes, it is going to be spread over 2 years.
Councillor Donahue?
Yeah, supplementary, what's quite interesting to me, and I'm trying to get there quickly. Yeah, so I actually did a comparison, and the actual low tender from November, their tender on this one actually is higher than it was in November, which I find to be an incredible curiosity. At this point, we are going to move past that, but I find that was an incredible conundrum when all of them reduced substantially, and even in this instance, Dalcon Constructors, from November to this time, their tender is 1.2 million less than it was in November, but the low bid from November is $50,000 higher than it was in November. So in any event, I do appreciate this, and at the end of the day, I don't know, are we in receipt of any more? The intent in November was to get a lot more of these out early. Are we experiencing similar experiences from estimates, or have we received any other tenders?
Taylor?
Through you, Chair. Currently, we have a number of other projects out to tender, one of the significant ones being the C201, Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam. That is another one that we'll be keeping a close eye on once submissions come in. This is the only one that is closed so far, though.
Thank you.
To expand on that momentarily to either Taylor or the director, with this 1st of February coming in the tariffs, do we, from what I remember, our policies when we do these contracts, there's a contingency at the end of this thing that can be a plus or minus 10% of the contract. With the tariffs coming in, do we expect any massive increases in the way of steel? That seems to be one of the comments on the TV these days. Could you care to comment on that, Director?
Thank you, Chair, and no, we will wait and see what Mr. Trump does.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Remember, Chair, we don't know what we don't know.
To be clear, there is a 5% contingency built in, correct, Mr. Hanrath? Yeah.
Thank you. No other comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And with that, we'll do a recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Mover, please. Councillor Watt. Councillor Brose. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're now on to number 9, which is the deferred reports. The Director of Public Works and Engineering will now speak to the deferred reports. The first one being Department Restructuring Evaluation Report. Director?
Thank you, Chair. And through you to committee is that the recommendation is that Operations Committee recommends to County Council that the Public Works and Engineering Department continue with in-house design for projects that fit within the scope of the current capacity and knowledge.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Murphy. Warden. Comments?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, there's a lengthy report provided for you in the package. The background here is that the Public Works and Engineering Department was restructured in 2023. As a result of the restructuring plan, OPCC 220898, that County Council endorses in principle the restructuring plan of the Public Works and Engineering Department. That included the addition of a civil designer, an engineering technician, and an operations coordinator. And further, that the appropriate business cases be brought to the 2023 budget deliberations for consideration. So the proposed business cases recommended the increase of a part-time administrative to a full-time position and the creation of 3 new positions, which was a civil designer, a third engineering tech, and an operations coordinator. The overall goals of the business case were to save costs for the County of Renfrew, increase the work capacity of the Public Works and Engineering Group, and increase the quality of deliverables being completed for the department. The business case required that a report be presented as part of the 2025 budget cycle, evaluating its success. The report has been developed and is included in your package, and the report refines that the results from the business case have been a resounding success and should continue to be in the future.
Questions or comments? I know in the past when we did our civil engineer that can't do bridges, but he can do everything else, we saved a ton of money from our outside sources. So well done on that. I'll ask for the vote. Those in favor? Sorry, there's a question. Councillor Donahue.
More of a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was fairly certain that this was the type of data that we'd see. And of course, Council weighed in significantly when we were first discussing and giving consideration to this. But I think that this is outstanding to truly be innovative at all times. I think that this is opening the door to further opportunities to evaluate whether it is in fact Public Works or any other department for that matter, that there is a profit margin built in when we are engaging outside consultants. And even if one sets aside the substantial value, financial value, that is being returned or recovered to the ratepayers of the County of Renfrew, the other element, which is not to be diminished, is that the ability to respond in a fairly timely manner to challenges, et cetera, as we are moving forward. This provides us a great deal of nimbleness, if that word exists, in order to meet the needs of not just our Public Works Department, but of our community at large, and at all times have in-house that skill and ability. And I think that even going back to the conversation I had earlier with respect to the first assistance to a lower tier, I think as we're probably going to find that as we continue to build a center of excellence, if you will, I think that the time that may be required of this sort of assistance to the lower tiers, we probably are going to see that even diminish as we develop an expertise in these things. I think that there are so many situations that one exists, and there are always going to be some variables, but I anticipate that we're going to see substantial value even in non-monetary terms as well. So congratulations.
Was that a question, Councillor? No, just a thumbs up. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. On to number 2, which is the Shared Winter Road Maintenance. Director?
Thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council that sharing of winter road maintenance remain as status quo, and that staff continue to work with our local municipal partners to review current routes for duplication and efficiencies.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Weir, Warden. Director?
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank committee for tasking me with this research project, because this is the stuff that I enjoy. Gave me an opportunity to, it gave me an opportunity to use some schooling that I hadn't used in a number of years. So thank you for the opportunity to do this. Also gave me a chance to look at our internal operations, so it gets me more in touch with the actual people that are doing what they're out there doing. So there's a lengthy report there for you, but actually I'll sum it up. So the recommended status quo. So the upper tier municipality maintains winter roads and county-owned roads to ensure compliance with the Ontario Regulation 23902. Collaboration with municipal partners continues, and we will try to optimize our services through agreements. So that was the status quo. Item 2 was if the upper tier took full responsibility for just snow clearing, because as I'm sure you're all aware in this room, there's lots of opportunities to combine other services. We won't get into it. I was only tasked with snow clearing. So if the upper tier took over the entire winter maintenance for all 17 partner municipalities, we would definitely offer standardized service. There are cost efficiencies, and there are centralized control. However, it does present challenges with logistics, governance, financial burden, and the service level expectations. Because right now, for example, the upper tier, we look after a network of highways, essentially, and collector roads. And they are priority one. Unfortunately, we don't get to them all right away, but we do get those done first. And then the lower, our partner municipalities, of course, they're working all the rest of their roads. So there's two services going on at the exact same time. So if we take one away, we're decreasing the service level. Then finally, when we looked into the lower tier being responsible, so if the lower tier took over the county roads, so if the county, if we folded up our public works group, kept our engineering group, folded up our public works group, put all the responsibility down to the lower tier, so then each municipality would assume control of both their own roads and the county roads within their jurisdictional borders. While this could prove local autonomy and revenue generating for our local tiers, it raises concerns about service consistency, also financial feasibility, and then of course operational capacity. So maintaining the status quo currently ensures that we stay in regulatory compliance. There is consistency. We do, in my experience, this is the most effective service delivery I've seen for winter maintenance. I realize there are a number of areas where there's potentially 3 trucks going over the same road, but you have to remember they're all doing different things. And then we deliver this while leveraging partnerships to optimize routes and resources. So we do enter into contracts with a couple of our lower tier municipalities and a private contractor to look after county roads in certain communities. So Aaron Pryor, Deep River, Renfrew, and Laurentian Valley contractor looks after the Swisher Road for us. So with all that said, you can read through the entire report, and again, I really appreciated the time that it took me to do it, and I really appreciated the help I had from all the staff that had input into it. So. But that's it. If there's any questions, I'm more than willing to entertain. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions or comments to the Director? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And our last recommendation, that the deferred report be received as presented. A mover, please. Councillor Weir, seconder. Councillor Watt, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have no verbal reports.
Oh,
no,
sorry, Chair, just sorry, if I may. Yes, as most council knows, we were lucky enough yesterday to have an announcement for an infrastructure grant for a roundabout traffic circle in the township of Petawawa Boulevard on Doran Road and Petawawa Boulevard. So we're very excited about that. But so you're aware, when we get to budget, as Mr. Burke alluded to, it will put a pressure on this year's budget. We foresee probably we will require $150,000 to $200,000 in this year's budget to start building in the late 2025 into 26. So it's going to be a 2-year project. But yes, so you know, that's just so you know, that was a tremendous amount, or a tremendous amount announcement, and we do thank MPP Yakabusti, and we certainly thank Minister Surma for allowing us to do this much needed improvement to access housing in the town of Petawawa. So just so you're aware that we didn't have time to get it into report because it was yesterday. So, and we are very appreciative. So thank you.
Any other verbal reports? Seeing none. Closed session, we have none. New or other business? None. Last page is the adjournment. That this session adjourn and the next regular session be held on Wednesday, February 26th at 2025, time to be determined. Mover, please, Councillor Donahue. Seconder, Councillor Service. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, and thank you very much.